Pairings are up for the first round. Let's play some Scrabble. I'll be going second, so I'll have a moment to perhaps talk about the event. This is the same group that we've been playing with fairly regularly over the course of 2026 on stream. It is the Scrabble SunDeca tournament. Usually they try to do a 10-round round robin, and I believe that's still going to be the case today. And I do have a habit of talking too much and running down my clock, so we'll try to work a little bit on the time management today. But we'll be having our first round here against the organizer of this group and tournament, with whom we play pretty much every week. We had a really interesting endgame against him last week, and a couple of other really close finishes in either direction in some of the duels that we've had in the past. So we'll see how this goes. Looks like we're both vowel heavy right up front. Now, the nice thing about this is that I have a big fat Z spot that I think I will take right away. I don't think we're going to outdo that unless there's a good way for me to spend a J as well. I think this is clearly best. And then we get to see in the end for a little bit more balance here. And we'll see how to follow this up. So close to something like rejoice or enjoined or something like that, but not quite there. Let me make sure we've got our drawing tool ready here. And then we'll see what my opponent does next. Likely, I mean, we're not going to be given the room to do this, but we'll probably just play off Joe somewhere. Notice that in this lexicon, Joe does take the S hook on top, which is potentially going to be a threat down the line. But we'll probably be looking to shed the J for a reasonable number of points just to get a bit more of a balanced rack going. I don't really see anything that good. Okay, so that is going to block my JOE idea over here. We could still go JO. It's still a little vowel heavy if we do that. We could also maybe even just go JOE over here for 22 just to shed that a little bit. Let me think about this. 22 here, but keeping too many vowels. 22 here. And again, it does have the threat of the J hook in front. 21 down here, but then you open the double lane. And of course, maybe there are some other big plays that I haven't actually thought about yet. So I'm thinking about whether, for instance, we can do a 5 with the J that will stretch all the way over. But I don't really see a good option for that right now. So rather than burn time, I think we just managed to rack. Getting closer to something here. I don't see a 7 yet, if there is one. But no, this is fairly high probability, even with the double N. We'll see what happens. We currently don't really have much space on the board to be playing something like 8s. What we could do is something like enjoin over here. It does leave the I in a rather dangerous spot for both the X and the Q. That's the thing that would perhaps give us a little bit of pause. It also leaves me with 2 consonants in a game that's been a little vowel heavy so far, so maybe that's not the best idea, but we might want to maybe just play through the J if we can find a reasonable option to do that. Hagri, very nice. We can go incline over here. It does keep the O, but then you shed a lot of that stuff for 36, which is reasonable. I think we'll take it. I don't particularly like keeping O last, but it does score better than most of our other options, and it's actually fairly safe when it comes to the consonant placement. And then, well, we have a potentially lousy draw here. That's probably going to be to play if it's available, unless we go Soju up here, which I rather like. The other thing, too, is that if we have a way to hook the S and land with a Y down here, that would be great. But with the U's that we have on the board right now, I don't really see that as being an option. I don't see a good play right now that's going to play off both U's at once, but we'll definitely want to get rid of at least one. If we have a way to do that kind of big S play, that would be great. So the options right now are basically Soju and Lousy. Very nice. I don't even know how to pronounce that. I'm trying to see if maybe there's another option. U for 32 over here is actually quite good. And then it'll obstruct the triple down there. It does keep both S's. It does give up on the idea of the Y on the left next to JOE, but so I'm either looking at that or I'm looking at Lousy. Lousy keeping that and shedding one S. I think despite keeping the double S that we take the points here. And then we give ourselves an S hook on the right, which currently S hooks are a little bit short on this board when it comes to a trailing S. Now this could potentially be interesting. Because I don't necessarily see a way to go with an X start over here. We're so close to something like D6 on the left over here if we just had an extra E. But if we, for instance, go something like Dukes, I can't remember Duxes, or am I thinking Doxes? Dukes. Dukes is looking decent right now. Normally X and S aren't necessarily going to synergize that well together, but the thing is that on the left, if we go for something that hooks on the left and lands the X in the big spot, that's something that's going to pay off in the long run. I am thinking probably Dukes here, and then we keep the X at hand for a bigger play. I'm trying to remember in this lexicon, it's Duxes. I know Doxes is good now and everything, but obviously SK has a better synergy than SX, but we still have some possibilities for a big X play following up elsewhere if we keep those two together and try to draw into some vowels. So we'll see exactly what happens here. One other option would be something like Dusk. It does leave the possibility of a Y hook later for Dusky if the right side is blocked. But if the right side is blocked, likely we'll be looking at some kind of play that goes down the triple lane on the rightmost column. Also, okay, so the Q goes down, so that's going to squash the idea of the left side. That's fine. So now we should make a decision. Dukes or Duxes? I think Dukes. There's going to be likely some kind of parallel follow-up on the right anyway. And then we keep the X available for scoring. Oh, you know, that's actually kind of too bad, because if we had kept the K instead, then we have Thinkers through an E. Not that it would have gone down. You see, Thinkers here previously would have gone down, but it wouldn't anymore. The other thing we can do is try to shed some things with something like Thin just to kill that spot. And I'm trying to see, of course, if we would have something interesting going down here or here. But I think we just take it. It does have the T in a spot. So this still kind of leaves me with the weird and not very synergistic S and X. But if we go with this, then we close out a triple lane. The T does open up something like an S ending or an E ending to its left. But then it does leave me with a trailing S hook still on the board in case I get to it first. Maybe we missed a better idea somewhere, but again, I'm trying to work on some of the time management issues that we've been having while playing on stream. So this would be the lane that we're looking at. You can end with a bunch of things, including S for ST in this lexicon. Right now, I'm trying to see if we have a way to shed maybe SOX somewhere if we have a good spot for it. But we don't really. But in terms of how I want to manage my rack, that's what we ideally want to get rid of. And we don't really have a good scoring spot to make use of the X right now, though, for an idea like that, except for maybe, something relatively weak like that. Lilac's very nice. I wasn't even watching the S hook next to squat. Actually, that would have been my spot if we had it available. I didn't even think about that. That was a huge blind spot there, just the S to make squat. Because I could have taken it last turn, I think, with 6 or something, like SIXTH. Well, that wouldn't have fit after mag, but yeah, I feel like I kind of goofed there by not watching that spot carefully. Because we might have missed a significantly better play. But anyway, let's not hold on that for too long here. We do need to play. I don't want to just waste the X somewhere that's not going to score, but we'll have to deal with the synergy issue pretty soon here. So this is not great. It does kind of open up the top for something to sit on the O. My opponent just turned over 6 with double blank in the pool. That's something that's kind of a consideration as well. What we can do is, that scores nothing. We can do this. The O opens up a spot for my X. I actually don't mind that, 27. And then we continue to manage the rack a little bit. I am, of course, absolutely nowhere near bingo potential right now. And we do still have the issue of a massive open lane here that I am in no position to take. That's clearly the bingo lane right now, other than, of course, stretching from the L. And, of course, some things go in front of ROMs as well. And there we go, fertile. That's pretty much exactly what we thought might happen. We can go box over here. It does allow for some counterplay on the left with the double going to the X. But I don't think we'll... Oh, no, FO is not a word. Hang on. Can't do that. We actually can't play next to the F right now. So this is a worse situation than I thought. Because the F is going to defend against all the vowels that I currently have. And also, ROMs here did not really allow me to do much of a follow-up. However, XU here for 40 might at least fix up the situation a little bit. But we're in a situation where it's really no lanes. However, OX allows me to follow up with the OXO hook on the next turn, possibly ending with something OD. I expect the triple is going to be taken next turn. But if we, again, just kind of, manage a little bit here. So something like bod, and keeping SIOR. Now the thing is, right now, the C here obstructs in such a way that there is no 7 lane unless it ends with an H. There's one blank unseen. There are also lanes for 8s going here. There's, of course, the lane going here. There are 6 E's in the pool, 10 vowel, 10 consonant bag, and that's actually something we should consider. Because maybe if we go brood like this, I mean, that's still going to draw really heavily into the vowels. And well, we also hold the case O right now, so we don't want to maybe spend the last O if we can avoid it. I think we can do that. I'm kind of wary of something like a really vowel heavy draw, like picking up 3 E's or something. And you've got a triple N, triple T, like there's some risk of duplication. But we can get close to a bingo rack. And oh, look at that. Now, the thing is, do we have something? We have toe steer here. And then, yeah, so, oh, and it's going to be taken. Untrained, very nice. But then, do we have something that will go through one of these? Hang on. Yeah, that's too bad that we got hit by that in exactly the spot that I need. Hang on. If we can find something through one of these. And of course, there's the 2. Not the 2, the L up front. But then you need an L start for that. 4 in the bag. 4 of them are E's. You've got the V as well. This might be a situation where we need to... Well, we at least want to undouble T if we can. I'm just trying to see if we can actually find a bingo, because the first one here, double E, double T, looks almost familiar. But we have to give that a bit of thought here. That's very nice find, by the way. Just the disconnected 9 over there, blocking me off completely. Easy rack to work with, but you know, you wouldn't necessarily think of doing the disconnected 9 in a very defensive position. You know, that's the best position you can ask for, really, for not giving me counterplay. All right, we have about 5 minutes. We've got 4 in a bag. I need a bingo to have a chance at this point. The sensible thing is to keep the 8 lanes open in the bottom and the L lane open up top, and then maybe find some way to open further. So maybe open a 7 lane up here. There's some likelihood we'll we'll draw into a T, but then you can't really do much unless you draw the A for that kind of hook. So I'm trying to see if there's some way that we can open up a second lane up top cleanly. Too bad we missed out on the toe steer. I really think we're missing something here, though. So that's going to take a moment for us to look at. Yeah, it's the double T that's getting in the way right now. Now, the thing we could also do is maybe TOT here. It's only 9 points. We'd probably still lose, actually. It leaves 2 in the bag. It gives us a reasonable draw with keeping both lanes open. Maybe that's the way we do it. I can't really open up a third lane or something at this point. I think we have to do it this way. But I don't think it's going to score enough unless we have a situation where my opponent is carrying a fairly heavy rack and we bingo ideally into the triple. But we have to do it. Oh, look at this. Perfect. Perfect. This is going to be guaranteed bingo next turn. Now, best one would still be latrines over here, 77. We'll probably still lose. But we will bingo. Now, my opponent will probably maybe play off 1, so we don't have a situation where I play a bingo into an empty bag. He's ahead by enough that he can probably afford to play off 1 and gain a little bit of tempo. Now, let me see. The trains strained. I'm trying to hit the left of the D so we can actually do something about that. One thing we need to account for is something like LEV over here, for instance. So we would play into an empty back, but we probably wouldn't be able to outscore unless I find something better than, D-trains or something similar. I want to have something that is going to hit the left side of the D, but I can't find it. Okay, so he's going to play it off. He's going to win, I think, because we have latrines for 77. Before I enter that, that's going to be 313, 77. That's going to be 390. 390, how many do we get off him? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 16. That loses by 7. It loses by 7, but I don't see a better play. I don't think it's possible to score better than that. So he probably calculated that and thought, okay, the sort of maximum that he's going to draw in a pool, because he was holding both F and V, so he knew the maximum point value that he was going to get out of the bag, and I think he calculated that he's going to come out ahead. So I think we just have to take latrines and take a 7-point loss. I don't see a better play. Yeah, we just have to take it. Okay, that's a loss in the first round, but again, I reliably have great games against this guy. We have close finishes almost every time. But anyway, we'll update the record. As I've said every week, this group usually moves pretty quickly, so we typically don't have time to actually analyze the game. Sometimes we get to step through and find missed plays, rather. But we'll update this accordingly to A01. But that was a hard-fought loss. I don't think I had turns that I was really unhappy with, although the blind spot for the S on the left, of course, was a bit of an issue. So let's run this through quickly. We might get called into the next round pretty soon, though, so I just want to see if we missed anything particularly big. Ooze is better here, actually. I didn't think about that. We should have seen that, in fact. I have maybe a bit of a blind spot for the Collins only 00. But it's clearly superior there. Kanji with a J. I don't think I really knew it. That's interesting. That's one to look at. I think it might be Collins only. And I would not have systematically looked at all of the J6s in that lexicon yet, so not surprising that I'd miss it. I'm reasonably okay with that play, given the circumstances. What is a pagri anyway? Oh, same thing as puggery and all that. Same thing, different spelling. And yeah, everything here would just be considering the double-double. And then this is Spencer's spelling of Dewey. And then look at that, already holding the blank over here. This is absolutely the right play. And then I missed a spot for ducks. Oh, just going walks over there. I wanted to shed the X, though. I was thinking about that specifically with not keeping double S. And so maybe the equity calculation was not sufficient to make that worthwhile. 55 equity here, 69 equity here. Yeah, so actually, and that really defends the right side quite well. It leaves space for something like an ES ending for myself. I believe AYU does take an S. And I should have considered that a little bit more carefully in terms of just points. But I think at the time I was still thinking about unduplicating S and then keeping X for a second play later on. And that might have worked out had I noticed the squat spot on the left and also not just left it to my opponent. So the idea would have worked had I sort of intentionally wanted to build towards a second S play, somewhere like that. And yeah, thin over here is quite a bit worse than the top play. The right thing to do is to take the top spot with something, the top left spot. And at this point, my opponent has a ton of stuff and actually misses. These are not easy to see. Alice's, Scylla's, Calais. Or Cala is, I guess. Calais. Yeah, I don't know. It's Greek, singular. This might be the same thing. No, it's not. This is a fabric. Limacells. Wow, look at that. A slug's reduced shell. Glacial. So yeah, lots of bingo potential that turn, and I was rather fortunate that my opponent missed, but did take the S spot on the left. Roms comes out pretty well in terms of equity here. And look at this possibility. Ultra fine. Remarkable. Very, very fine, if you can find it. But it did not go down, and instead we have Fertile over here. And yeah, I actually didn't look at that parallel. That would have come out better. 1 point better on the score, 6 points better by equity. And it wouldn't have reduced the BAW play on the right. Now, we are being called into the next game, so I do need to step through quickly here. Dortius, I missed it. I missed it. I should have seen it. I should have seen it. I know it. I knew the rack looked familiar. Fairly high probability 8 as well. It's somewhere in the top 1 or 2,000. And yeah, there's no better play for me after that, so. But we scored better with the bingo at the end anyway. Like, I don't think even the Dortiest play would have really got me very much unless we drew into nice scoring tiles. So anyway, let's get into round 2. And I will be first. Okay, pretty heavy tiles right off the bat here. Unfortunately, I don't know that we have a good way to use them just yet. I may actually just play off something like Aji right here for 20. And that's not too vulnerable to other hooks just yet, and we'll keep the Z here. Now we start getting some zinky plays. If they have a way to go down somewhere. Obviously, we'd want to shed some vowels. We have things like easing and other possibilities, but this will go well. The Z is worth a lot in the Collins lexicon in particular. And the Aji start isn't too vulnerable to counterplays. Now, we can go zinky, but that keeps 3 vowels. I don't think 38 points is worth it for that. We can do better. We can go easy and right here. 77. That's obviously to play. Obviously to play. And then we'll actually get some pretty decent synergy here despite all the heavy consonants. With the winch and all that. But we'll see if we have a good spot for any of this stuff. If we can continue to follow up here. Whoops. with something that has something like an AF ending. Not really seeing it just yet. Or even an AN ending, you know, like 1 or 30 over here. We might want to shed more vowels than that, but yeah, open, it's going to be taken. We thought so. I think we just go winch over here on the right side. 42 sheds quite a bit. Keeps the F on the right side of that I if we want to follow up like that. I think that's the kind of play that just writes itself. And then now we have the blank, which is great because I think we'll be able to find something. Factor if you have an O over here. But we don't have an O or a D to play to. We might refactor if we have an R. I actually think there's some possibility we'll find something through here with something like an ET ending. We have to think about this because I'm sure I have something. I'm sure I have something that will go down this turn. Particularly because we only have 6 tiles on the left of the A, so that's not really going to go. But on the right side of winch, there's absolutely some possibility. If not, we'll just make some kind of small play somewhere. But I really think that we can get something. I don't want to spend too much time on it because that's, again, a bit of an issue. Now, we just go Tef over here, 22, that opens up to, it doesn't really open up to right. I don't know if I want to spend an E that way. We might just go FA over here. So instead of burning time trying to look for a difficult fit, we can do that. I also should look at the lane going down this way. Just trying to see if I can do something if we have the blank as a vowel. I think we should not waste time on it. We should block this one. Okay, we should definitely do something here at this point. At least we have like O create. And like, no, sorry, not ATE ending. Can't do that. We can have something like OTE ending or because we have a bunch of stuff that we can do like red code and but that doesn't fit there right now. There's something else in red code. LAH. Actually red code would fit on the left if we do it, but I think I can find a better one. Let's see if we can find something that fits on the right side of the O. Like an OTA or O. Something E ending. Whoops, hang on. This is an extremely common set of letters. We should be able to find something. Yeah, trying to find something. So with an N, it's an actor. That will not fit. With yeah, I really don't want to dangle red code in that position. That's a little bit rough. I haven't thought about just playing 8s through the W as well. That's something that maybe we should have considered as well. Let's think about this. Also, maybe something through the A, something like an AN ending. We could really get punished for it. What was the other one in red code anyway? Let's see. There's something else in there. This is so extremely common. I can't believe I can't see this. This is such a high probability rack. But we're burning too much time. What is it with an I? Erotica. That will not fit. Erotica, is there an 8 that we can play with that? Not really. Also, WINA, I don't even know if that's good. I should have actually remembered to challenge because I don't think I've seen WINA. I'm going to challenge it. It's not good. Okay. I wasn't even looking at my opponent's play, but WINA is no good. Well, now I know what my opponent has. That was LAH. Are we worried about that with an R start? No, we're not. We're going to stop wasting time and we'll just take red code. There is a possibility of W making some kind of play down here, but privately, not quite. Privately is 9 letters. But if we can get privy down somewhere, for example, if this remains open, we play privy up top. That's clearly best. Clearly best. I feel like I missed a much better play on the right side, though. I mean, again, that's such a high probability rack that we should have seen something going in this position. And it would have been much safer. Yeah, I didn't even look at my opponent's play until it was that late. Halter, yeah, that's fine. Let's see if maybe we have a better alternative to what I was saying with privy. We want to get rid of the V anyway. So, for example, the score's much less, 19 instead of 30 something or whatever. This we should still look at every now and then, but I don't see anything there yet. Here, if we have something that will go, we should consider it. But essentially, I'm trying to see if we can get rid of the V with privy or something to that extent. We can see so close to high right and all that, but okay, let's not burn so much time. Let's just pick something. Something like Prey is not too bad, but again, we don't want to keep the V. 28 points, though. Do we want to sacrifice tons of points just to shed the V? Maybe. I don't know. Viper somewhere, maybe. I don't know if we want a V in a second position here. That does solve some problems, though. It opens a triple with the V, but as long as it's not something like an oper or an over opening, might not be too bad. Privet. That's best. 31, not too much counterplay. Okay, we're way down on time. TIT does take an I at the back, if that becomes relevant later. Generally happy with that play, though, despite the awkward leave over here. My opponent plays plug. I think we just go... I was trying to do something with the Y on top over here. I can't quite make it work because U is going to go on top of G. Nothing else is going to go on top of G. However, if we maybe go like this, I for 30. I don't like keeping the U there, but we keep D and N to stretch to the right because both of them will give me a start over there. I actually kind of like this idea. Apart from the leave. I think we'll do it. And then if we can find something here, that'd be great. Unfortunately, no G for duking or something in a very heavy position. But yeah, a lot of stuff is going to go down there for me. But I can't see the 6 for that position this turn. But we have a lot of possibilities for future turns. And Q there, okay. Then, oh, unfortunately, I don't have an A for just QUA because one U remains in a bag, so we have the second last U. That's obviously a possibility at some point. Oh, if I can find something to go in the bottom right that's a 6, that would obviously be amazing. I don't really see it though, and we don't have time to really look properly. So we should probably just mostly work on closing the board if I can. But it's hard to see how we'll do it at this point. I think it's pretty well closed already. Yeah, I bet we're missing something on the right. However, we can do something like DINK here. That actually gets rid of a lot of stuff that I wanted to put on top of the... let's go DIRK. That's a little more defensive. Keeps too many vowels, but... Okay, so... I actually think this is close to... something that's like a bingo. Robs. Hang on. Nitrous. No, it doesn't fit. Nitrous. And we have too many O's anyway. INOORST. Let's try that. TION ending. Nitroso. No, nothing really going to go there. We're short on time. We don't want to lose the time when we're so far ahead on points. Can't quite do burnout. Not enough use for once. Okay, we really have to go here. Rub out, not quite. Out. Nitroso. Let's just do it. Keep the U for some reason. I don't have time. I have to just play stuff. We're not spending the U on something like nougat, obviously, but yeah, okay, that was going to be taken eventually. We at least drew into the other blank. And at this point, yeah, the priority is just to not run out of time. And that's a little bit of a problem right now. Let's stress about it, and maybe we should just do this just to play off for time. 28, we're staying way ahead. I don't want to waste a blank like that though. Let's think about this. We do not have time to think. We can just bow over here. Oh, I don't like keeping that UNG. However, let's just play something quickly. We're not going to make very good plays at this point. I'm so far down in time. And we shouldn't have spent the end because now we missed the end hook that I was trying to keep earlier. But we'll just keep on playing fast. And we're still okay against something like a bingo at this point, so. Gadget, not really. Don't quite have the tiles for it. Dog tag, almost. Revise, okay, so that got taken first. That's fine, except we're kind of vulnerable to maybe a bingo as a comeback play at this point. So close to something like budgeted, badged. Hang on. We need to take some points. Okay, we got the X. 1 minute 17. Again, we're ahead by 100. We need to not lose to bingo and not lose to time. There are some possibilities here for my opponent with 2 in the bag. But the time management really fell off a cliff in this game, and it is absolutely being a problem right now. So I see the possibility of something like add X over here, 27. That would play off a lot of stuff. But let's keep watching. We have to take out the left side. I think my opponent actually does have something, but we needed to do something here. With the O starts. I'm trying to see if I can find my opponent's bingo. I don't think we can do it quickly enough. I need to just take like 51 points and not worry about it. And hope he doesn't have like a triple with like SO through here or something, but I don't think so. I see some things like Oinomills through an N and Melodies through a D, which is good that I didn't dangle a D in space somewhere. Okay. And I have no time to look at this properly, so we won't even get a chance to play off the blank and guess we have a place for darted somewhere. Or trade, or... yeah, I don't even see it. So let's just take the points and try not to lose to time. We're 140 ahead. It's just that the whole back half of the game was just a total disaster, like from Nitroso forward, because I was watching the clock. But where did it even go? Bile over there? Yeah, we'll pass. Okay, so we just challenged off that invalid WINA, but everything else was fine. I probably missed a ton of stuff in the whole back half of the game. Like I said, everything from Nitroso forward, I really feel like we didn't look at it properly. Core date was the red coat anagram. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, and that's the kind of thing where, I know it cold as a pair, and then actually playing the game, it just disappears on me all of a sudden. But, yeah, we'll take a look here quickly. Like I said, we usually don't have time to step through the games until I'm called into the next one, but we can take a look at some misses and update the record. And let's just take a look quickly to zip through what we can. Gee, I actually didn't even think about Jizz. very valid leave, and I was thinking like Z is usually good to keep for things like easing, for instance. And my opponent's going to miss Pontine over here. Lucky for us, Winch is going to be pretty big there. Cantref, I did not know. It's Welsh. Fracted, I should have seen. I should have seen that. Crafted. Although that would go on the... Crafted goes on either side, though. Crafted goes on the right side. We should have seen that, too, but... Trifecta. That's a tricky spot for the A there, perhaps, but we should have at least seen something like Crafted with the ED ending, but that was a bit of an awkward turn. So my opponent does the phony, which I almost missed. Red coat is actually the only bingo on that turn. So I'm glad I saw that early and didn't spend... Well, I did spend too much time looking at it. Look at that, 11 minutes down to 8 minutes. We spent 3 minutes when I had found that early and just kept looking for alternatives that didn't exist. I felt like there were more possibilities with that rack, I guess. Anyway, Privet is going to do pretty well here. Down here, actually, if we had thought about the PY start, we should have seen that. You know, your Scottish Magpies. But I wanted to get rid of the V, and I was somewhat prioritizing it. But Perf would have gone there too if we wanted to do that. Look at this, Gluteus. Very difficult to spot that. Not surprising that it was missed. And that plug came down instead. Very difficult find there, I would say. And I over here, Qua up here, Z-Donk. I mean, it's fancy. It would leave an S on the back of it. One of several spellings of Z-Donk, by the way, if you want to merge your zebras and donkeys. I think there was a Will Anderson video about this word, actually, Z-Donk, a little while back. Or some kind of notable endgame that involved it. But anyway, we at this point just trying to look for, whoops, let's mind scrolling here. Well, this was my opponent's turn, looking for the Robs. Now this is where I started to basically just drop tiles on a board and not really think about them. At this point I was just thinking, okay, that's sort of obstructs. It doesn't really. The B still has tons of stuff that can go down with BO or BI as a start. I would not have seen something like cohesion. I didn't even look at the QUAI hook at any point. So yeah, this was a bit of a rough turn, actually. Just if you miss some of the really big stuff here, there's not too much. I did not know Notour. It's notorious in Scots law. Only there is a 6, doesn't take an S. That's why we wouldn't have known it with that combination of tiles. And yeah, my opponent obviously plays QAT. At this point, again, we are just struggling. And even by equity, hung isn't too bad. It opens up too much space. And we are actually vulnerable to one big place plus bingo as a comeback route at that point. And it almost does happen. My opponent has erosive and misses it. It has erosive on this spot, which would have caught up pretty much. And with a minute on my clock, I could very well have lost after that. But Revise is going to go there as one of the biggest non-bingo possibilities. And yeah, undoubling the D would have been better there. I was a little desperate to shed the G at that point. Then my opponent is struggling to try to balance towards a bingo rack and with 2 in the bag at that point. Difficult with that unseen pool, I think, but we take X over here. And the best he's going to do at that point is Emboils. Mose goes down here, and then I did not see, again, the QUA hooks because we were so far down on time that we were just desperate to get plays down and not lose on the clock. So Nothing much else to look at there, I think. The time management again was a disaster. We're I think as understandably hesitant to play red coat in that spot, but maybe it should have been apparent sooner that there was nothing else that was likely to go. Okay, so we did in fact have time to look at this for once, so we'll see what's going on for the next opponent, because I think there might be a holdup because maybe somebody disconnected or dropped or something, which holds up the whole group sometimes. And so I think they're trying to manage that right now, that they're trying to sub in somebody for a person who disconnected. Hence the holdup in the proceedings. So yeah, we'll see what happens next. As usual, they're going to run a break after round 6. We'll see what goes on here in the meantime. Yeah, somebody just dropped, and that's what's holding up the group. So if we don't have an evener for the group at some point, we might also be taking a bye because we're just missing a person. If that's the case, we'll commentate one of the other tables, perhaps. So we'll see how the pairings are going to shake out for the rest. But yeah, bit of a rough game on time. And luckily, we just had such a gigantic winning margin. And my opponent drew just unluckily enough for us to dodge some bullets near the end. And so we'll just wait and see what happens here with the pairings. I think they're going to see if there's anybody who can come in as a replacement, but if not, we have to wait on the current proceedings. What I can do is look at the current standings. So, yeah, this is round 1 and round 2. And, oh, we've got 8 lists in the group. Maybe it was in the other division that somebody dropped. But then, yeah, because there are 2 groups that are listed right now, I think they're doing a little bit of back-end management of whoever's missing right now. But we're kind of here in the middle of the pack just by going 1-on-1, and we will be brought into our pairing for round 3. So let's play. Okay, round 3, I'll be going second. We have Bandy, Brandy, that kind of thing. And we'll see what my opponent does before we examine the possibilities. But despite being a little bit consonant heavy right now with a doubled A as our only vowel, depending on how the first play shakes out, we might be able to score decently or at least turn over quite a bit. I don't see any good possibilities for 8s right now, but that doesn't mean we won't look. We'll have a bit of a brain day. Let me check my drawing tools here. Good. Tramp. Okay. Do I have something 3D M? Not really. Also very consonant heavy on my opponent's part, actually, which does create some complications potentially because we would have liked to maybe have more vowels to play through. This is surprisingly defensive, actually, against what I am holding. For example, we can't just keep double A off of something like Randy over here, for instance. Can't do that anymore, but we might be able to do something with a Y over here, keeping barn. If I can get rid of the B somehow, that would be even better, but we'll take that. Okay, this is getting close to something. Anteroom, very nice. We might go over to the right here. Oh, actually, no, we could just go here. Just do beak on the left side and counterplay very heavily. Keep any R. I think that's clearly best. That's not one that we'll even reconsider unless there was an 8 through something. And it keeps us close. Still very consonant heavy. We're looking probably at something like weft on the right side right now as the first choice. That takes an E hook as well as an S hook for future purposes. G over here, that takes the A in front, but that's not relevant to us right now. I think we just have to take this. 35, I don't think we're doing better than that. Okay, this is something. This is something, I think. Or it's close to something, maybe through a tile for an 8. Inherit. We don't have a place, except for what I said with the E hook. It does have a bit of a weird position here that it dangles the S down low, but it doesn't matter too much. If you bingo, right? I don't think that we have a second place for inherit if that gets blocked. So we do need to think about the second choice position. It's still a little bit too awkward with the consonants, I think, to have a good chance of, oh, that's going to hit. That's too bad. That blocks my inherit. But maybe we can still drop the H over there to hit something. I'm trying to see what we could do. Yeah, inherit just isn't going to fit anywhere anymore. So that was unfortunately a really decisive play on my opponent's part. And we don't really even have a good way to counter that on the right with an H in the top spot. At least not that I can see. I have to think about this carefully. Just iterating over my 4s right now, seeing if we are missing something obvious. We can try to play off quite a bit. I don't know if we want to drop the E in that spot for the extra 5 points. The E's are running a little short in the bag very early, so maybe that's the best we can hope for here. And just stretch the bag. Oh, also, we didn't think about the ing ending. Hang on, let me look at this. Heriting. That's got to be right. We're going to try it. He might draw a challenge. Oh, it's bad. Okay, never mind. Why did I think it was good? Maybe I was thinking herited. Oh. Yeah, and unfortunately, yeah, it's going to be a really decisive turn of events here. That's going to set me back a lot. And inherit's still not going to go down anywhere. So we need to stretch out a little bit. See if we can maybe still keep IN for the ING up top. That's often a bit of a newbie trap, to be honest. But I'm trying to see too if we have something that will at least take this parallel, but we would have to spend the E to do that. And I don't see a good way to do that without keeping too many eyes. So we're in a bit of a rough spot all of a sudden on those two turns. Stretch out over here, create more room. Then you got lanes still going, and we've got a good leave. Doesn't score any points. And of course, we're going to have the Q. So let's see if there's a good QI spot. Otherwise, we might just dump single Q. If we have a good spot for QI or QIN, we'll take it. But well, we can do QI here. It does close off what I was trying to set up as a spot, though, which is the unfortunate thing. But it's, I mean, we still technically have a decent number of lanes that are threatened on the board. I don't like closing off like that. It does still open a possibility for another eye under the Q, at least. And in terms of the leave, I don't see a way to do that. Okay, so we've got reunite, uterine, etc. I need to see if this will actually hit something. Okay, well, it can go under the Z. There's a lot of stuff that will hit under the Z. That's going to score 58, though, on that Z. That's too bad. I don't think we have something going to the IUG, but we can see what's going to go under the Z. It would just have to be an E under the Z. And it has to be this. There's nothing else. So reunite would go like this. Retinue would be slightly more defensive. Maybe. I mean, the U kind of is a bit awkward without it. Well, there is an H in a pool to follow that up. I don't think we'll really do better here. I wish we could move that over slightly so we could still have a left lane, because the problem with this is that you play it and then you have no lanes all of a sudden. Because the E on the left has been obstructed. Like if we have a way to go through the T, for instance, to continue to open up space, that would be maybe better. We unfortunately know from having iterated over the bingos that we're not going to have something that's one spot over under the Z, which is unfortunate. With the G, I believe is geniture, and I don't think there's anything else. I don't think there's anything that ends with G that's in geniture, at least not that I can see. I think we just have to take retinue and deal with it. Now here, I am, by the way, still looking at the possibility of A on the left side of the J. That's a change 5. I don't see 7 in this. In something like if we had an E still to play through, that would have been useful. We might still have a T here to play through. I don't think that'll get us, but however, we still have ING ending up top. Still a bit too consonant heavy. I What if we just go bland over here? I wonder if bland takes an S. I actually don't even know if it does. It might get challenged off if we follow up like that. What we can do is maybe drag something down here to have an S hook. We actually still technically have an S hook under Yad. I believe Yad does take an S, but currently, again, I don't see a 7. We need to think about this carefully. And maybe just play off like LID or something. Very eye heavy pool, incidentally. We just go lid over here. 17. I don't know about that. Maybe there's something better that we can do. That does take out the ing ending, but the thing is there are 5 I's in the pool. It is better to draw into the ANST, I think. And then you still have the A. You would give up on the BLA start. I think we have to do it. Staining on the top. I don't know if it'll remain open, but that will be first choice. I don't think there's a 7 in here or the S hook down below. But anyway, there's still comeback possibilities is what I'm getting at here. And now it is quite possible that something heavy will hit over here and block the top. That is actually a very natural play for my opponent. If he should have a tile that's going to go there, like the Y, for instance, would really close that off. The H would leave a hook, but we wouldn't be able to take advantage of it. Okay, actors. Yeah, that's going to hit pretty hard, 38, but we will take staining up top. And then draw a little bit awkwardly out of that. No Z left to take this spot here with Azo, but that's because the Z was already used right there. So we're 40-something behind right now. 38 behind. And with my opponent on turn. So, we're still technically about a bingo behind. Double blank is still in the pool, by the way, and we have to assume at this point that my opponent has at least one. After a 6-tile play with actors, that he may very well have drawn into that. About a quarter chance at least to go one blank. And so ideally we try to play a little bit heavily into the current pool and race for the blanks, but I don't see very many natural plays to work with right now. There's heft over here, but look how ugly the leave is after that. That scores at least. And then we'd basically be going for scoring plays and only playing 2 into the pool with double blank. I feel like that's not going to be a great path, but if we want to keep up with score, that is a possibility. Ideally, we want to get rid of Pyurias. It's probably good. I feel like the responsible thing is to challenge it anyway, because it's something we'll lose to. And yeah, it is good. But challenge psychology in this lexicon is something I absolutely still have to work on, so. Very nice find with the blank there. And at this point, 7 in the bag, he probably drew into the other blank as well. In all probability. So we're so close to something like furlough, but not quite. I'm trying to see if we can find something that's going to land the H down there. We don't really have much that's going to go down here except for just OH, which is at least going to go 39. What an ugly rack you would keep out of that, though, and there's just no follow-up after that. However, it does block the possibility of something like an OX from my opponent that's going to hit very, very hard. I think we just kind of have to take it. Like, we're not going to win at this point, but there's just no space on the board to win, essentially. unless you had a really long shot ending under the S within A or O, or for that matter, a T, but then it would have to be a blank T. It would be an extreme long shot. So at this point, we just kind of have to play this one out. It's not really giving me winning chances, particularly with the very high likelihood that my opponent is holding the second blank. And if you look in the pool right now, the U and the V are pretty ugly. But other than that, there's quite a lot to work with. Now, we don't even have much that we can do here. You know, we're going to foil right over 19, but we just really don't have much. Or maybe something through here using ME something O. Yeah, we can't even play out of this very well. Let me think about this, because we can put B over the Y here if there's a good way to use that. I don't really see that there is. Like 25 there, this is so ugly. If we can go maybe TOU something, no, there's just nothing. We can still dump constants like this. 24, maybe that's about as well as we're likely to do. 3 in a bag, I mean, there's not much to draw into, as you can see, and apart from the V, my opponent is in a very, very good spot. If you have E going here, and you can still have potentially an I or IS with a blank ending over here, there are absolutely some possibilities if you're my opponent. I'm trying to see, yeah, he's fishing into something. Maybe there's an I ending here that he sees. Let's take a look at my opponent's rack to see if maybe just stuff like in curve. But I don't think I can see what my opponent is going for with an I ending or a blank ending. I could always be surprised, but, or even a T ending. Basically, those would be the possibilities. Yeah, clearly some kind of ambition to have a massive play up in the top. And we don't really even have much that we can do about that. If so, I think, I mean, this leaves us with all vowels. This is so terrible. But at this point, we don't really even have a good sequence unless we have like a Y to play through for Ugia or whatever. But no, we have nothing. If we have something, well, maybe even just flip, but then what do you do? BUU, what do you do with that, right? Like that, we've got nothing, essentially. I think we just kill the top just in case there's something I'm not seeing. But I don't think so. I think that's just going to be closing off the game. And then, yeah, I don't even see an out in 2 sequence or something because we just have such awkward tiles that I don't know how we get rid of this stuff. You know, maybe we eventually just go OU or something on the left. I don't know. And then, yeah, well, let's just take it. This is going to be a losing game anyway. We'll get over 400. We'll be with an all vowel leave. There will be no D to play through for audio or anything like that. maybe there was some possibility that we didn't look at, but at this point, we just need to suffer through the rest. Yeah, burning a blank on VAC, that gets my opponent over 500. And then maybe we just take something very simple. Because where do you even go with this stuff, right? Like the... maybe if we have something on the left, CA something, no, nothing is going to go. Absolutely nothing's going to go. There is the possibility 15 here. Whoops, 13 down there. My opponent is probably going to take something. Let's just go like this because an OU will play somewhere. I'm trying to see if we have 2 spots for OU. Yeah, we do. But my opponent's going to play out. Like, there's not much that we can do about that. At least I think so. I didn't look at this carefully, but I really think with those tiles... Oh, I've got 1 second left on the clock. I actually need to do this quickly, or we'll lose 10 on time, which I think we will have happen. We'll pre-move this one over here. We might have to go to the other spot. But we might also just have to do the pass, which, if my opponent goes out, like we have 1 second, I'm likely to go over by 10. By the 10 points, rather. I was absolutely not watching the clock there. I wonder if my opponent has an out. I'd like to look for it, but so... You know, I'm also watching my clock. I think I have resigned myself to the fact that we're just going to... Oh, yeah, you see, that's a... let's challenge it. It's good, but we were over anyway, so... Okay. So yeah, too bad about that goof earlier by trying Heriting. Maybe I was thinking Herited or something, but... There could have been something when I was holding Inherit. I don't know. I didn't see anything at the time, so that will be our second loss today. We'll step through quickly before we're called into the next game. I just want to see what we missed. Barnyard. Barnyard. I was thinking no eights. I didn't even think about Barnyard. Yeah, that's a good one to know, that Brandy plus A plus the extra R for Barnyard. I did have a spot for Brandy. Oh, Trampy. I didn't even think about the Trampy hook, actually. I should have known it because Trampier I would have seen as an 8. Yeah, I just did not look at the Y hook for there. That's the obvious play if we go for that. Anti-Room's going to go down. Brakeman, I missed. I was thinking, oh, Beak is such an obvious play, unless we have an 8. And look at that, we have an 8. That goes double-double. Yeah, I may have been thinking of Heritable. But I might have been thinking, oh, it's not Herited, it's Diether in... Yeah, so this is no good, right? I was thinking that rack had something, but I was thinking of Diether as being in there. But that's not the rack we had. But I was thinking, oh, maybe if Heriting is good, Herited is good, etc. No, if I looked at that and I saw there's no Herited in there, it's Diether, then I would have known Heriting is no good. But I didn't reason it out. So yeah, we actually did have stuff. Brakeman and Banker. But I was thinking, okay, we're having a good leave. We'll capitalize on a spot. Let's not burn too much time. And we ended up running the clock down anyway, so sometimes we speak too quickly there. And Gores, yeah, so no bingo for me that turn. Myth keeping double I is actually valued pretty well here. Trampier is still also available if one is still looking at that, but the options in general are pretty awkward. There's no H play in the top right here, as you can see, which we were really hoping to look for. So that was unfortunate. I did not see that. Okay, this is embarrassing. My opponent gave me the ED ending for inherited as a 9, and I didn't look at it. This is what happens when you have a blind spot for 9s. Because I was given that as a gift, and we missed it. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. So that was a huge mistake. That my opponent saw that I had inherit, gave me the ED anyway, and I didn't see the 9. But I have a bit of a blind spot for 9 sometimes. I just don't look at the possibility closely enough. And that was really unfortunate. Oh, I actually didn't think about going bruv through here. It really closes down a bit at that point, although maybe the V kind of dangles some additional possibility remotely. Tyndalls. I didn't see this. I should have known this, actually. Tyndalls. I don't remember. I think it might be Collins only as well, but it's pretty high probability, and I should have come across it. Because I was thinking I couldn't find a 7. That's a good one to learn. Citators for my opponents, but he'll miss. Staining is a pretty easy find up top with all of those different iterations. But urias, what even is this? The presence of puss in the urine. Yeah, we know that actually. And I've got nothing much to work with here. Hog has an interesting parallel up top. But yeah. I was thinking at that point that my opponent likely has the X going on, and so that would have hit pretty hard there if we had left it. And then, yeah, I actually did not look at the parallels up top with TOZE closely enough, because there were quite a few possibilities through there that still scored decently, even though this was a losing situation at this point. And my opponent fishes 1. That's interesting. 1 tile in the bag. So yeah, he's going to play off 1. I guess he didn't find a particularly good place to pay off V. I actually kind of wonder if you just play off VID here. And then I guess my opponent isn't holding the A, but the thing is, you play LID here. Sorry, VID here with the A hook in front. You actually have decent possibilities up top, potentially. Particularly with this sleeve. If I'm trying to do a last minute bingo with that rack, I think off V here is actually better than just leaving the remote spot that you would need a probably blank T ending on up top. And yeah, nothing else to look at the end, really. So let's play the next round. We're being called into it already, so. Okay, I'll be first. And we might just go wager. I don't know if I have a better one here. Aware would be, whoops. Like, let's look at a point sacrifice for this. Because let's say wager, which takes the S in front for 26. Or we do something like aware for 16, 10 point sacrifice for GI. No, we're not doing that. We'll just take wager. And drawing into 2 vowels is going to be a little bit awkward, but it'd be worse. Say duplication is maybe the bigger problem at the moment. And yeah, if we can just unduplicate a little bit on the next turn, then we'll try to do it. I can't believe that inherited situation in the last round. That was ridiculous. Still thinking about that. We'll likely be looking at something like Gnaw or Now. Probably Gnaw. I mean, this isn't going to remain this open, obviously. Something's going to play through, but we'd be looking to try to shed the duplication at the very least. Once in a vowel balance is still a bit of an issue right now, but we'll take what hotspots we can. So yeah, with wager, S in front, S in the back. That's going to go. Now let's think about how this affects my decision here. Obviously, we can just go Wayne for 15. That doesn't score very much. But if we can go with something else that wouldn't duplicate a little bit. I'm just trying to see if we have a good way of doing that. Don't like keeping AAW like that. Let's see if we have a better way to get rid of some of this stuff. Maybe even just... Yeah, I don't like keeping the double N there. This is kind of playing out too few tiles into a bit of a rough leaf, but unless we can find something better like Wino somewhere. No, that keeps too many A's still. A and A? I don't know. Just stretch out like that. I think we take the points here. Very close to Aeonian, but not quite. And yet a duplication is still killing us. This turn we start looking at stuff like, well, that still sheds too many consonants. NAOI somewhere maybe. Radulates. Pretty sure that's good. Let's see if I have a good way to follow up here. We don't even have a good place to play off tons of vowels here. I mean, even C. Keep AE. This kind of obstructs a little bit, though. It blows up a lot of lanes that we might need later. We're not too far behind the score, at least. I don't like a lot of these possibilities. Let's think about this. AEI keeping there? No, that's terrible. Or maybe we just drop something a lot longer just to get rid of some of this stuff. You know what? If we're going to end up shedding that stuff anyway, let's just do it. Okay, this is a little bit more playable. I don't see a good NZ ending here. An NY ending might be possible here, though. I mean, Tenny would be good. I think. I have to think about that. Yeah, no, it's got to be good. Tenny. That's 32 there. Maybe we could do better. I'm trying to see if we have a way to go down there as well. And of course, we have Z parallel possibilities. YEZ actually looks very good there, 52. And despite shedding the E, it's still early on. The E's haven't really been overspent just yet. I think we take YEZ over here. I don't think we'll do better, but let me just take a look at this carefully before we jump to conclusions. Because LY endings sometimes can have some possibilities. I don't think we'll do better. Let's just take it. Okay, now we're looking at something. I think. Let me think about this. This might be one of those famous dead racks, actually, but we would look at 8s for that. Maybe. Let's not speak too soon about that. Maybe I'm missing something. But we'll keep the alphagram with the extra E in mind as well, in case I can see something. Antlered doesn't fit. Doesn't fit. But we'll see what goes down. Maybe we'll be given a rack that stretches out a little bit. You know, I played that YEZ. I didn't even look to see if we would have had something that lands to Z in that spot. I don't think we did, but, you know, sometimes we play that stuff too quickly. We should look at it with a double T as well. I don't know if there's anything else in Antlered, actually, but if not, then we need to manage the rack a little bit, or we can break it and just stretch out a little. Look at this. We're totally locked to the left side of the board at the moment. We're kind of close to a bingo rack right now. I don't know if we want to dump something like that, but it's more that without something like the S hook to take a wager on either side, and without a clear solution to go through the bottom E, it's a bit tricky to find a play at the moment. So we might just want to take the points. Now, of course, if we can go lander like that for the extra points. Is that really extra points? Hang on. I'm also still looking at this and thinking, are we really sure I don't have a bingo this turn? Because it looks so possible. Let's go lander. So close to footman or something, but not quite. Too many O's. Tomfoolery. Can you, if tomfoolery is possible, can you tomfool somebody? I don't think you can, unfortunately. I don't think you can just tomfool as a verb, although it would be funny if you could. You just go tomfools through the L on the top or something. But no, I don't think it'll be something like that. However, we should be looking at something like maybe room. What room? If you have room for your feet. No, not really. That's leg room. Something foot, though. We actually should be looking at foot, seriously, in case there is something. I'm trying to look through all the floating tiles up top to see if there is a possibility. Foot in behind or in front, foot something. If not, we need to just play off some of this stuff. Probably maybe even just go foo up top or something, you know. It closes down a little bit in a situation when we're slightly behind. But either that or we just go OF or something. That's not very good. Or we go moon down here. It still opens the possibility for a Y at the back, but there are no more Ys, and regardless, yeah, nobody's taking that. So obviously it's better to keep the M than the F, but the thing is, we have to take the plays that are available. I actually like the idea of going moon at the bottom right now. So we'll see. My opponent's on a long turn right now, so one blank has been spent, one blank is on my rack. So no blanks in the pool. Lots of eyes in the pool. Div here. I'm trying to remember if div takes an O in the back, actually, in this lexicon. I think it might. It will definitely take the E and the S and all that, and the A, and the I, actually, div E. But it's a little bit of rack management for my opponent right now. It might be a bit of a bingo setup. I don't think this, unless, I don't know about this taking an O. It might not. It's definitely at least AEIS. On the assumption that I can't find a bingo here, let's just go. So moon here. Foo here for 18. I think we take moon. Okay, this is getting close to something. Vil is going to close everything there, though. So Tom Fool actually is good. Okay. So we saw it. I didn't try it. I was thinking, like, can you actually Tom Fool as a verb? Well, not courageous enough, I guess, when 5-point challenge. Oh, well. All right, let's see if we can do something here. Soft. I'm glad we had a chance to talk about that play at least, even if we completely missed it. I'm trying to see if there's anything through the A on the top at the moment. There might not be. We're obviously in a position where blank would pretty much have to be a vowel. Unfortunately, we don't have enough to play portages. Or Throthiest or something. Okay, we need to stop wasting too much time on this one. Let's, yeah, we are behind by a bit. We want to keep lanes open. We want to keep the S open on the left, by the way. That's still mine for the taking. Actually, I need to look at sevens here to see. Maybe there is something. I don't like the look of that, though. The ST ending. Yeah, we need to get rid of some of the vowels here. I almost want to go aggressive like this. R blank ST. Dangle the triple. I don't know. We can also go. I was going to suggest something down here, maybe. It's still going to block a bit too much. The V is closing everything is the issue right now. So if we really open up to the right, then we threaten 2 S lanes. This could be really dangerous, but let's take it. Surely this is something. At least through the A up top, right? Crustier. Stricter. If we have an E that which we don't, or a T, which we, well, stricter through the T on the right. Restrict as well. If we ever have a position that would work for that. Critters. I'm trying to see if there's anything through A. A strict. Then that's a 7. Okay, so let's see, because we want to place the C in such a way that we can catch up and also block some counterplay. Oh. Critters. Well, I mean, obviously 2H is still in the bag, so the parallel next to a C is actually still a little bad. At least it won't be a bingo parallel unless it's an H ending, but I think maybe we go stricter instead. And at least we have 3 consonants in a row on the right, which makes it awkward to counterplay on that side. The S in that position still allows for quite a few bingo lanes up top, but it's still a very open board. So I think that we just take this. And we now have some actual tiles to play with. So, unfortunately, we don't really have anything that's going to give me X on the TI spot over there. However, even with blocking vowels, we want to take the triple spot if it's available. Jute would be to play there if it's available. I don't think it will be. I think it will be blocked. But if it is blocked, we'll just need to figure out what to do after that. Might even just go injured and... Yeah, I did not think that would stay open. There was just no chance. 40 points there. 30 points here to play off the J if we can do a little better than that. That would be great. But then, you know, if you go injured over there, then you still keep the X available for more plays. I'm trying to see if we have anything better we can do with that. Let's see, because I mean, you know, you could also do something smaller like that. I don't like keeping the U like that, though. I think we should play off U. There is still a Q in the bag, but there are 3 U's in the bag, so I don't think we're worried about the Q situation at this point. Although playing so heavily, you know, you got so many duplicates in the pool, 3 S's. At least, you know, worst case, we know we can just dump the X by itself here at some point if that's a possibility. Right now, time is becoming a problem, so I think it's probably best if we just stretch out like this and play. Very consonant heavy. The bag is now vowel dominated. It does open a possibility of QI on top over here, but there's only 1 I left in the pool at the moment. We once again have to worry about time. And I'm trying to see if we have something that would just go down here. Or we can just go TUX. That's not a very good use of the X. We can score a lot better than that, but yeah, I feel like we should... The game is close enough right now that we need to keep the X for more scoring. That's not nearly enough. If we go BUT, we have the A on top. If we draw E, we have retax on top of the B. There are 3 A's in the pool. My opponent will probably take that first, but if we do this, we have retax. And yeah, so we're going to go for this if we can do it. Retax up top if we can do it. It will not work. Unsailed, too bad. We're probably going to lose at this point. Extra here, 33. You know, it's funny because we actually do have potential for bingo at this point, but the lanes are no good. If we fish 1 for 26, then we actually still have bingo chances through I on the left. You would need to end with an A on the right, so that's probably not going to go. But we still have the N lane, E lane. We'd have to go for 8s, essentially. I actually think we score with the X and fish 1. Either that or we fish 2 by also playing off the H, but I don't see a good spot to do it. We also need to look carefully to see if I'm actually missing a big play that we could do with it, but I don't think we are. I think we need to just play it off. Okay. We've got something, right? This has got to be something. Trying to look for the eye on the right side right now. And trying to look for something through the E or the N on the top. This is so close to something. So close. Let me just get some alphagrams down, just in case there's something. Chanters through the N, that's not going to fit, but maybe you start with an EN, N something. Not really. Let's take a look at the E. We have a minute on the clock. This is not going to be enough to really play with this. Super long shot at this point. Also D. But I don't think we have it. Because that would be stuff like starched. Do we have something that would give me like a CH ending here? I don't know. We can actually still catch up if we fish off one and still have lanes. But we don't have lanes. That's the issue. And so left side is closed. He's going to try to close off the top on the next play. Oh no, the bag is out. The bag is out. Can we go for Q stick? I don't... Wait, can we go for Q stick? I'm looking around to see if Q stick is actually possible. If it is, we slow play. I don't have enough time to look at this. Because what does even do with the Q, right? Hang on. We might be able to do this still. But I have no time. To do some proper setup. I don't have time to do a setup. Okay. How about we go EH here. We do need to redouble the H. No, let's do it. We're within range if we don't run out of time. I think we can actually Q stick. I don't see the Q position. We might even be able to outscore enough for the Q. I don't know if we can do it next turn. But we can slow play it. And it doesn't matter. Like, we need to not C-stick ourselves. That's one of the issues right now. And yeah, you just said in the chat to make sure we don't C-stick ourselves. It's absolutely a possibility. It's 12 over here. Yeah, we can go Q-stick. Need to be very, very careful. Because I do need to still score enough. And I don't have time right now to really look at this properly. I think we could actually go CAF up top for 24. CAF up top for 24. And then we can slow play the rest. Because it doesn't matter if I have all constants of the Q stick, right? Like we just... And then we still have the S that can still drop somewhere big. Now, my opponent also has an S to drop somewhere big, but the thing is, we'll have a few different spots for it. Now, this is not vulnerable to the P up top. That's important. Because my opponent's going to try to score something with a P, we need to make sure we don't get outscored by a massive P play somewhere. But right now we have spots like this that are obstructed by the A's. So pap, that's fine. We go calf up here. We should be able to slow play to rest. But yes, I see Swager over here. Now we have R over here. We can also go in with an ST somewhere. We have T plays elsewhere as well. We just have 17 seconds. That's the only thing that we need to be aware of. Also, we just have ERST as the outplay. If we can get, we can just guarantee to win that way. We don't need a slow play if we know that we'll just take the win, right? So that's going to be 8. So my opponent would need to be below 400. If he's below 400, we get the plus 20 off the queue, and then if he's below 399 or less, then we go to ERST and we just try and, and then that gets us out of time trouble. Otherwise, if we actually did a proper slow play, we would go Swager over here probably. Maybe even something down here. I don't know. We have to watch the clock. And we'll see. But I think we can do this. As long as I just don't get killed by, okay, 9 points here, 10 points here. But 8 here will win if he doesn't score tons, which I don't think he can. Unless he finds a massive S play, but I think we can outscore whatever he has. Because with the S and the A, he needs to score minimum 21. Take it and win. It's a Q stick, so I can just play this, right? And yeah, so I'm pretty sure this is valid. So we'll see if my opponent confirms to play, and then that should be a win from that point. I didn't even see this Y hook. This was staring at it. So this is the only invalid word on the board. I did not even see that he hooked the Y onto this. I never even looked at that. I don't pay nearly enough attention to my opponent's plays when I'm online. It's very different from playing over the board when you actually see them put down the tiles and you have time to think about it while they're placing them. He completely got away with that. 100% I would have challenged that if I bothered to see it. Now we have to start round 5, unfortunately. We do not have time to walk through this, but I got saved by the Q stick in a very big way in that round. We were rescued by that Q. And I'm glad I noticed it was a Q stick right at the end, that my opponent was kind of incautious enough to draw into it. Yeah, Zigzy, I just didn't even look at the board. I've been winning the challenges that I do see. Like, I've made good calls in earlier rounds. When it comes to things like the hooks, I've developed a little better vision for that. For things like 3 to 4 hooks, which are difficult to get straight. In that particular case, I just did not even look at my opponent's placement. I think I was too fixated on my own rack at the point. Anyway, we'll go second. And it's not clear what we'll do with this rack right now. I don't really see possibilities for 8s, but unless, I mean, Urgi with an H, I don't know. Probably not, but we'll probably just play parallel to the J and try to do something here. If I could get out of this situation with the B, that would be better. Because this is a little too vowel heavy on my side. Oh no, no, hang on, no. What is it? No EB. That's a bit of a goof. But if we keep, yeah, that's keeping way too many vowels. I don't really like that, but it's okay. It's early, and we'll draw tons of consonants anyway. Or something pervy or privy, like in one of the earlier rounds. Also notice that the B gives me the Y spot. Or pervy or privy, probably privy. So we'll look at this spot here. I don't think it's likely to stay open because there's only so much you can do right now. You have to build parallel left or right, essentially. And if that does not remain available, we don't really have a very good second option except for maybe perv down here under jet, or pervy if we want to. The Y, we actually, in that case, want to keep the Y for the hook, despite the awkwardness of IYU. Or we can go pervy up here. That's still IRU. It's not great. 32 there, though. The V will obstruct parallels. Let's think about this for a moment in case I have a better option to get rid of the V and the Y. So these are options right now. We go down here and keep the Y as a hook, or we go like this. I think we do this. U, U, U. We'll do UTU somewhere probably, or exchange. This actually might be a good time to just exchange to reuse. Unless we have a very obvious play. Funny, because if you have a Q, you can actually go Quipu up here, QUIPU. But we're not going to get that. What we can do is we can go somewhat aggressive with forking the board up this way. I think Utu should take the S in the back, and then you would also open up the left side somewhat. Or take the risk on a triple. I don't know. It might just be a change to reuse turn. Change to reuse, keep IRST. I don't know if that's maybe a bit consonant heavy, but one of the consonants being an S, maybe that's not too problematic. I don't know. We have to calculate the leaves a little bit sometimes. Sometimes I go a little too consonant heavy on the exchanges in terms of what I'm keeping. And we have to be aware of that bias. Zigzag, on that B and H rack, you saw behavior as a 9, which is never happening. Well, you never know. I mean, in Collins, you could always just have the UR in the end or something. But with the rack we were holding, rather, yeah, behavior through AV. Not really happening. Nice parallel over there for 34. By the way, interestingly enough, U goes in front here for uveal if we ever want to go like TAU or something, but that doesn't dump nearly enough U's for my liking right now. So notice that JOLL will take another Y in the back if that eventually becomes relevant. So I think we actually just have to go UTU somewhere. So here would be vulnerable to X. We don't do that. We'll do this. It will kind of extend slightly. Either that or we just change to reuse. I'm seriously considering, since that's only 7 points, and that we are holding the S. We actually should just change to reuse, actually. I'm hoping to draw a vowel out of this. This might be a bit vowel heavy because we don't have floaters to play through, but yeah, because otherwise we'll just be stuck for multiple turns shedding U's, even with the possibility of the uveal up here. That wasn't going to be worth keeping. First choice rather will almost certainly be romp up here. Whoops, romp. Up here, it solves lots of problems. Can you be an armorist? is someone who makes armor an armorist. I feel like it is. So yeah, that's a possibility as well. If we are given a tile in the middle of nowhere, like an A in the middle of nowhere. I don't remember if Mortise would take an R. I don't think so. I think there's something else in there though. So if there's an A, we'll try Armorist. Otherwise, we'll go Romp up top, I think, if it's available. Low scoring game so far because everybody's blocked up. But we actually have not thought about Ism down there. Yeah, too bad about the A not just giving me what I want. I think we absolutely just stick with the plan and go Romp up top. And there's the Q. QIS is actually going to be best despite the all consonant leave. Either that or we just end up like dangling the Q or something silly like that. QIS here will be open to an E on the right side. I don't think we're doing something like that, but yeah, despite the all consonant leave, I think we have to do it. This is really obviously best. 43 there. If we take the bottom position here and kill that, no, 30. No, we take the points. What are we doing? And we get exactly what we deserve. But the thing is, you have to do it in that kind of turn. You just have to gamble on it and hope you draw vowels, which I didn't. I think if you look at the equity table, that's still going to come out on top. You said something about a free 5 points. Did a phony go down that I didn't notice? By the way, YABA has one of the funnier definitions in the dictionary. YABA is yet another bloody acronym. That's actually what it is. Oh, they challenged Romp. I didn't even notice that. Huh. Okay, so I think I might have another exchange turn here. Unfortunately, I can't actually take advantage of the X on that position. And I also don't think I have anything that I can do here to play off very successfully. So the question is, do I keep just RT or RNT? It's going to be one of the two. 28 vowels, 28 consonants right now. It is actually a little vowel heavy. I think we keep RNT, hopefully draw 2 vowels, maybe. You got a decent spread of how many vowels you draw out of that. Yeah, when we're even for vowels and consonants like that, I think we keep RNT rather than RT. But although the thing is, R would be the tile you place up top, so maybe you don't keep R because it would be duplicated by any 8 that you find through there. And right now, it's not really a bingo board. Let's not spend too long on it. And VLMT, let's go that. I'm thinking about dumping that R as well, but let's just go with that. Okay, a little bit better. Close to a tweezer here, but not quite. Genre, unfortunately, we cannot do anything about the fang dangling a hook on the right side. However, this is going to spin all our vowels again. I really don't like it. I'm trying to see if we can maybe EWT that. I'm just thinking about how we'd follow that up, whether we have a good way to do that. The other thing that we can consider too is something on this side. Do we have a place to place nerds somewhere? Not really. Not somewhere that would score. But we can also go next here. I think we want to get rid of that W. I think we would go EWT. Or wait, no, why don't we just go on the right side? 25 points. That's so much more sensible. That would have been kind of embarrassing if we went left instead of right. Okay, let's see what else we can do here. So, yeah, I thought that would not stay open for long. Now, the queue's still being a massive obstruction down there. Let's see if there is something else we can do. And with the E there, well, I mean, if we go go like that, it's not a great use of the Z. The X would then still be vulnerable to an O on the right side, but it gets us into a bit of a better leave. And considering the points, maybe that's okay. Other possibility is end here for 20. That's much less. It does block off the X parallels, or the X double word scores rather on the right. I actually don't mind that. I'm trying to see if we have a better way to land a Z on a hotspot. We are behind by quite a bit right now. This would open up the possibility of an A hook down below as well. A hook and S hook. And we need to threaten more lanes, essentially. And we have the O here now, if we want to use it for something on the right. I'm not sure what we would do if so. Aerobats is going to go down, and we are way behind now. The A here is potentially going to permit something heavy, I think. Yeah, if I could do something down here that uses the L, like if we have an O play, that would also give me something to work with. I don't really see a possibility though. We could also just stretch out a little bit to just make more space. Not a great play. There are only 2 E's left, and so... Oh, look at the eyes in a pool, by the way. 7 eyes in a pool. Yeah, I don't really like the idea of shedding the E when there's so few E's left to work with, and we need a bingo to come back at this point. You can tell nobody's drawing eyes because nobody's been continuing under the Q. We actually have like an roll, but it doesn't go anywhere. What do we do this and dangle the triple? And then, no, it's too easy for my opponent to kind of counter that. Go like this. Dangle an S possibility down there. Yeah, let's just go with it. Is trolled good? I'm thinking about this. I have to look at this for a moment because this is one of those that I'm kind of like 50-50 on. Because troll is good, but I actually don't know what it means. I have to think about it. So we have, yeah, S spots and such on the right. We still have no... eyes to work with. Maybe this stretches out a little bit to, again, open up a bit of space. It doesn't score nearly enough, though, for me to work with. Aerobats also totally blocked things coming out the left side of the U there as well. Not that it was much that could be done. Go quell over here. That does kind of square off that corner though, and it does block off the S lanes that we were trying to open. It does create a new S lane, of course, under the Q, and I don't really want to spend the E, that's the thing. What's in a pool right now? No D, 1D in a pool, no L's in a pool. Do we like DERT or LERT with holding the case L's? This is not very synergistic. Let's go with that. Getting closer, getting closer. So close to something like correct. Notice that we have the K spot next to Kiwi. But I don't think we can really use that. We need to do something about this rack. Now, do we keep the K for that hook? Go turd here. That doesn't really open up to the left, though. I'm trying to see what we can do. I really like the possibility of maybe keeping the K for it, but we're so down on time, as usual. I'm trying to see if we have something through the I, in fact. What if we just go... No, this scores nothing. This... Delta... I don't want to spend an E. So many I's left as well. I don't like it. I don't like most of the possibilities here, actually. But we need to shed some constants. Like, we need to dump some constants so we actually threaten something. But we need to threaten something that will still leave lanes open. It would have to be S on any of the stuff on the right side. I don't think... I don't think the K possibility is flexible enough to really keep Kiwi. I think we just need to play off some stuff. I wish we had a better way to open up the top. There's going to be dirties, tidiers. We'll have multiple... Well, we did have multiple places for it. Do we have something to end with an H? No. I don't even know if Caro is good. I think it must be. Ditsier... I'm just going to... Yeah, Ditsier will fit. And then it will open up the left side. I think we have to take it down on time. And yeah, we're not close enough on score right now. We're also, once again, in a time situation. Also notice my opponent almost certainly will draw into the H if he doesn't have it already for the H under the C. He might even have played this here, Caro holding H down below. I like Venged right now. Venged. Avenged. Venged. I'm trying to see if we would have something with ing through the I instead. I wouldn't be looking at bingos. I would be looking at some place to maybe try to hit with the V. Your brain thought was, can you replace yada yada with yabba yabba? You said it many minutes ago. I haven't been reading the chat, but yeah, very possibly if you want even more bloody acronyms. So yeah, I am extremely vulnerable to my opponent playing off the H on the right side. Tinned. I think, yeah, that's definitely a tell about maybe even worrying about the H. Well, no, that would be, well, the H is so flexible right now, but that does block off a lot of scoring possibilities for me on that side. But it might have been a bit of a bingo worry as well, depending on whether he was seeing something like ing through there. Let me think about what else we could do here. We have a minute. I have the case S if we want to do some kind of setup with it, maybe. But it would have to be something that would maybe, let me think. It would have to be something that would drop like an S spot for me to take that can't be blocked. I don't think I have it, and I don't have enough time to look at this either. We have one tile in the bag. Oh, if only I could see something to just play off the V for, actually. But do we have a place for ensuing? No, we don't. Suing like that would be only 16. I have no time. We're going to have a time problem in just a minute. Yeah, I'm going to go over. Hang on. I'm trying to see if I can find some way to do an S setup. I just don't see it. I just don't see it. And we're just going to take the 10 off, unfortunately. Let's not lose the game, though. Let's actually play. I don't know. I don't see it. Let's just play. Well, we can go Veep through here. 27. It's not going to win at this point, but I just did not see the winning route at that point, and we had to go over. And yeah, the H was going to be a problem. Let's just play Veep here. And then I don't even know if my opponent has an out at the moment. If not, I don't even see that we have an out, actually, with the GS, GOS. And then, yeah, we'll pass. That fell apart a little bit. Oh, Caro's not even good, actually. I don't know why I thought it was good. I didn't even challenge it. That could have swung quite a bit, actually, because that blocked a bingo spot on a triple for me. I should have challenged it because it would have opened up the triple spot, and I should have seen it. Because that was the turn that I ended up playing Ditzier, and we should have challenged it hoping to crack that open. So that was a huge mistake. Absolutely a game-losing mistake, actually. That would have turned the game for sure. Oh well. So we're going to be down 2-3 today, going into round 6, and we will be called into that right away, so we have not had time to look at the boards so far for 4 and 5. We'll have to keep that in mind if we have some time to scroll over it in the break. Yeah, that was a huge mistake. I should have known this. Like I said, I've seen all of this. I should have looked at this and thought, no, the anagram is an Orca. And I would have known that. But in the moment, I was kind of trying to adjust my bingo, and I didn't think about it. So, huge mistake not to take the 5-point challenge on that. Anyway, the KD play ended up paying off at least. That was a good call in the end in terms of drawing into the bingo after that and looking at the issue with the very eye-heavy pool. It's just that we didn't follow that up properly with a challenge when I should have challenged. I'll be going second once again. We have a very similar opening rack to the one that we had earlier when we played wager up front. Extremely similar, actually. Might even be the same one. I remember we kept 2 vowels out of wager. I don't remember what we kept. I know we kept an A because we were looking at aware as the other possibility, but this is basically a near identical rec to an earlier game, which is a fascinating coincidence. Or a failure of the drawing algorithm, whatever you like to interpret that as. But we will be going second this time, so we'll see how we can use it as a response. There will be a break after this round, usually about 15, 20 minutes. Civets over here. I might even just go wave here through here, just to, or waver. That'd be better because R is a little easier to play through. It's a double-double. The I in this spot here, though, opens up a bunch of stuff for X or Q or whatever, but let's rethink. But we do need a bit more room because C and V will otherwise block absolutely everything. We can also just go just open up. Well, yeah, C and V are just going to cause all kinds of havoc in the top corners if we don't deal with it relatively soon. However, we can also, you know what? Let's just go wag over here. I like it. It's obviously vulnerable to a massive Q play up top. And this would be vulnerable to a massive Q play down below. But we leave the E hook. We make 2 different E hooks essentially. Let's do this. I'm trying to see if there's something through the C theory. It's close to something like Cartier, but we have the extra A to deal with. But anyway, yeah, I knew keeping 3 vowels into that last one was a bit of a problem, but we'll maybe just play off AA somewhere. CAA is actually not even that bad. ACAI, actually, it would be a good dump for this turn, even if it obstructs the top lane and creates a new one. That might be first choice right now, actually, depending on whether that stays open. We can also go Airy A. No, we don't have the second E, actually, oddly enough. But I'm trying to look for something like an AE ending over here. Zig's going to go down. We might just go CAA. Because otherwise, yeah, you see top left corner is locked at this point. It's just not going to open for ages. It is completely closed. So, okay, this is something. I think so anyway. Let me think about this. Takes a whole ton of 8s. I'm trying to see if there's a 7 in this. Super common rec. Close to a bunch of stuff. But this is essentially a rack for 8s. I might be missing something extremely obvious. Okay, so we'll have something up top at the very least. Regain. There's something else in there. Is there anything else in regained, actually? Maybe not. It could be possible that there is nothing else in there. In which case, we should actually just fish off E somewhere, maybe. And regained is in there. Is there something that will Maybe given closer to that. I don't like it. I think we fish off E, to be honest. Look at this massive Q spot still available up here. Or we go, hang on. Let's see if there's something down through to V. I think we actually fish off E. This is so silly, but we draw another E. Okay. So that didn't work. But that's the kind of play that's going to make my opponent a little bit paranoid. So maybe we get something open up as a result of an attempt to block. I don't know. That's very wishful thinking, though. We maybe should have played off two vowels there. Tousle. That's too bad. However, do we have something through the other D? I think we're just generally in trouble. Yeah, the T's not in a great position for me to work with. We might just keep on fishing something like if we... No, we don't want to keep both E's into that. We can do better than that. I'm in a bit of a rough spot right now because mine just didn't hit. This is so silly, but if we go like EA or AE here, AE would be better because D and N would go on top. And then we still have some possibilities at the bottom. Yeah, we need more openings. I'm so far behind at this point, but on this side, it would not create the... no, it creates a massive constant spot either way. However, on this side, it sort of works the left side open as well. It's so vulnerable to all kinds of counterplay, though, so I don't know about this. I think we kind of have to do it. And nothing is going to work here. Nothing is going to work. However, we can start actually, playing off tiles. This has been a terrible, terrible game. Okay, so, however, if we go just Fink over here next turn. Then at least we close up that spot and we score a little bit to try to manage our way back up. And then, yeah, the whole fishing expedition there just ended up in abject failure. 2-point play followed by 4-point play. We would have been better off just exchanging one. And that will close off. However, we can go drink down here for 59. And then it almost looks like it was an intentional setup. KET is good, right? It's got to be. I didn't even think about it until I played it. I had a moment of doubt there. Anyway, we still have a couple of things available, maybe. Fruited? Something's growing fruit? I feel like that definitely draws a challenge, but it might actually be fine. Flex. I'm trying to see if there's a way to double the F over here. Like FFIER or some kind of ending. Like Duffier, Tuffier, no. Not really. Let's look carefully in case I actually do have a spot for fruited that I'm not seeing. I think KET actually might take the E on the end. Then we do fruited over here. Now, let me think about fruited for a moment. I think we'll try it because we need a desperation play here, but it is 5-point challenge, and I think that it will draw a challenge, but I have to try it. I feel like it's way too plausible, but I'm not 100%. Also, we will pick up the blank, and then we have joshing. If we have a place to play it. We do have a place to play it. It's on the right side of pimp. We'll have a massive comeback if Frigid stays on the board. And if that remains open. So we'll see. I think that if the right side closes up, then we'll just have to adjust to the board. I am trying to see if we have a good play coming out of the F to take out the triple. Probably we would just go F8, FOHN there if things close up. It would be nice to drop the J somehow, but I'm not necessarily counting on that being possible. So yeah, right side gets blocked, and we should consider this, but we'll see. But currently, we're looking at joshing on the right. How much does that even score? I can counter joshes before they've been hatched. 81 there. Depending on my opponent's play, that will probably sneak us into the lead. I should look at potential bingos through the open tiles on the top as well in case there is something. So yeah, currently looking at joshing. But maybe there are other possibilities that will open up as well. Yeah, the J is a bit awkward right now, but we're otherwise close to some kind of big play. My opponent's spending a lot of time on this one. So he might be looking for something big as well. One blank unseen. And we'll see. I don't really have anything good off this top corner right now except for just JO by itself, which, you know, that's actually not terrible. HINS blank, that's not terrible. As far as small plays go. If we want to prioritize getting rid of the J and then leaving the board open towards a bingo, that might be a possibility if we lose the joshing spot. Because that still has decent chances depending on the shape of the board at the time. So let's watch and see. So fault is going to go down, and then we just hit joshing immediately. There's no better spot that I can see. And now we are in great shape. Now J will take the O on the right side. I don't see that we have something. I don't think it's N-bow. I think it's M-bow that I'm thinking of or something. So close to something like an inbox on the right. But we could just go wino on it if it remains open. Wino for 34. That's pretty good in spite of keeping double B. I don't have anything good to parallel from the N right side of joshing. Right now, the right side of joshing, actually joshing the bottom of it on the hole is actually reasonably closed, and we should just leave it as is. I think wino is probably going to be the first possibility here. Yeah, Moa is going to score 30. That's okay. We go wino unless I have a good way to deal with the bees. I think we just go wino there. Descriptive is, have you made a video game that rewards both your platforming skills and your Scrabbling skills? Good question. I know about a couple of different typing, spelling games, etc. I don't know that any of them have taken a platformer format specifically. That's an indie jam idea, by the way. Future purposes. So currently, QI just dumping the Q looks actually very possible. I'm trying to see, also just doing this 29 just to close that off, because I don't like keeping the Q. Particularly, well, yeah, X is no longer available because Flex went down much earlier, so it's not like the I spot on the right is going to be hit too hard if I leave it. The left side here, oh no, there's no NI. Hang on, never mind. I was trying to think about like maybe something in EEB ending. So no, that's not possible, unfortunately. No NI. Very common mistake in some ways. I think we should just take the Q, actually. Let's just get rid of it now and maintain a very slight lead. I'm not ahead by enough right now that we can afford to be careless. We should have actually just taken the Q on this side, in fact, and then that would have closed off the triple for anything that could hit hard. None of the constants in the pool right now are going to parallel well with the I, though, except for the B, in fact, which I have. That's a massive vowel dump over there. Now, we should just do B up here then and take the 23 and just try to stay ahead and score while things are reasonably close. There is a blank unseen. Notice too that there are possibilities for the B down here as well, but we should take the top one first because of the risk from the Y. Best scoring tile for my opponent at the moment is the Y, so we need to be aware of any hot spots that reward it. This, I don't think we have sevens, but we should be looking at the ABLE ending for anything that might down. I'm looking at this because this is very close to a sevens rack, but I don't see it. I am still thinking about whether we have something that can end with the B on the hotspot here. B is actually the best tile that can go there at the moment still. But I don't see it yet. In fact, if we had both Bs, we could have done like BOAB there, BOAB, which I'm pretty sure is good. So that's a little bit of a rack management play on my opponent's side. We can go BA over here for 17 to continue closing off. However, like I said, I'm the only one who can use that with a B right now. Nothing else scores in that spot. So it might be more valuable to continue to close up. There is still a distant possibility of 8s through F. There is also this spot here. If we can really, I don't want to maybe open up an S spot there, but if we can maybe just close a little bit there. I mean, it does dangle the N, but the thing is, no matter what you do there, there's going to be some comeback possibilities. So we should, again, score and just try to outrun anything heavy that's going to come down. 6 tiles in a bag. It's somewhat likely my opponent has blank and or S. We do have a Y at this point for something off the hotspot on top. The priority at this point is to not give away a good solid bingo lane. Right now there are lanes for 8s. This lane is for 8s. This lane is for 8s. Technically speaking, if my opponent starts with a DO, this lane is going to give away an 8 as well. That's a harder spot to see. You would need a DO start for sure. And yeah, my opponent's just going to continue trying to score. 4 in the bag. We should be thinking mostly about just closing what we can. We need to keep it closed. We need to play off consonants only if I can, like DRY somewhere if I can. The other thing we could do is, if we can do something to kill the O spot here, that kind of opens up more possibilities. So with the Y permitting vowel starts. So my opponent is potentially vowel heavy right now looking at the pool, so we don't want to give away a vowel start on a bingo. And I'm trying to remember what it was that's like there's a kind of all consonant there or something. The problem with that is that it might give away an S on the bottom, and that might lose the game if we're not careful. And it does leave 1 in the bag though, so we might be able to draw decently out of it. I actually like it. The main issue with that is that it opens up an S hook that previously didn't exist, and if my opponent winds up dropping associate or something, then we could potentially just lose to that. But I like that play right now in its own little way. But something tells me that we shouldn't open up like that. But I just don't see other possibilities right now that do decently. I think we actually have some possibility to counterplay. So the thing I'm worried about is my opponent dropping a bingo like associate down below. Oh, and it's very possible. Look at the pool right now. It could actually happen. I was hoping that we would have the tempo to kind of play back after that with something decent. But that actually might be a critical mistake. Because if it's you in the bag, then my opponent would have associate coming down that position. There might even be some other 7s in the pool. I'm trying to look for other 7s. So for example, if it's C in the bag, then you have Story, so, or however you pronounce it. If it's E in the bag, I don't quite see anything, but yeah, this actually might have been too risky. Because hooking onto FIRD with an S actually does give back too many points, and since I picked up the V, I'm going to have some trouble because we're not going to be able to bingo back. I was thinking, oh, you know, we're keeping LORS, we actually have some possibility of drawing decently to a counterplay if my opponent hits something. Descriptive, as you were saying, you dream of joining a game jam team someday. Yeah, we have a couple of people here on the Mario Maker stream sometimes that have been doing game jams. My opponent's down on time. We'll see. I feel like if he had something obvious, like one of the ones I've located, he would have played it already. I'm trying to see if there's anything else that might have. So this would be C in a bag. I have to challenge this, I think. I have to challenge this. I don't know it. But I need to make sure I can... No, I have to challenge it, otherwise lose. It's good. Okay, so we'll probably lose. I actually didn't know it. Too far down in probability, rather, I think. Yeah, okay, so that was a critical mistake then. We made a bit of a game-losing play here. I should not have opened it. But I was trying to get out of the constant situation. No, we were ahead by enough that I should not have done that. That was a big goof there. And yeah, we won't be able to catch it at this point either. Huge mistake, actually. I think I was counting on a good draw out of this, but we got one of the worst possible scenarios where my opponent bingos and I'm stuck with a V. So yeah, that was not good. And we don't actually have a good plan B out of this. And my opponent will be easily able to play out with T in the bag there. I just did not see this possibility with T being the last tile and this being the bingo. I think we just have to play it off, and unless I have a better one somewhere, we need to think about this. I wonder if joshing takes an S, actually. I don't think I'd risk it at this point, unless we... well, it might be my only winning route, though. If it is my only winning route, maybe we should do it, because that would be 33, right? And then 33 minus 4, that's plus 29. Plus 29 will give me up 417. My opponent would need 6 with a T to win. You know what? If joshing is valid, and maybe my opponent will challenge and give me to 5 as well, depending on, because this is going to be a very tough call if he has something like a winning play with a T somewhere. I have to try it, because it's my only winning play if it is good. I have to try it. It's a desperation play, and if it gets challenged off, it gets challenged off. It's valid. It's good. It's good. So I think we might have actually rescued this from my disaster play. And yeah, the best out that he's found was 3, so we'll win by 7 points. That was a close call. Livers with an O. I didn't know it, actually, to be honest, Zigzy. I don't think I knew it. Lividness of color. No, I didn't know it. I mean, I'm already taking a bit of a risk there with trying to tag the S on the joshing, right? Because I'm thinking about that, thinking, okay. Usually when I'm trying to figure out the INGS, I'm trying to think often, is there a simpler way to say that does not require you to say INGS and make a gerund? And in this case, it was more that like I saw that was actually maybe my only possible winning route. Anyway, this was still a huge goof, though, trying to do this over here. This was very much a rack management thing I was trying to do, and I thought, okay, I see bingos there in the pool, maybe, but, you know, we could make a good draw and maybe bingo back. Way too risky. I'm 70 ahead. I should not be doing that. I should have been disciplined about keeping it closed. The thing that was affecting my decision making there was the fact that we were sitting on so many constants, and I just did not have a way to play them off. We actually should have done D, R, Y here. Play off the D, play off the Y, keep the R. This should have been the play. This should have been the play. Maybe my opponent still finds something through the F or the end anyway, but it's much less open. Yeah, in retrospect, we absolutely should have gone here. And that would keep the double R on my side. That would keep RROLS. But that was the correct move, almost certainly. We were extremely lucky at the end there to win the gamble on Joshings. Anyway, I believe we are on break. I'm going to check the time if the director has posted it that we're going to resume, and I'll see how much time we have to step through the game. So I'll usually take about 3 to 5 minutes myself, and then we'll come back and fill the rest of the time with more commentary. And we'll go into round 7 with an even record 3-3, just barely. So give me one moment here. I'm just going to check in to see when the resumption is. So the restart time is going to be 1/4 past the hour, so in about 10 minutes. So we don't have a whole lot of time, but we'll be able to zip through a little bit of 4, 5, 6 perhaps just to see what we missed. We can't really analyze. I might have to wait until the end of games today. But I'm just going to leave this for a moment, and we'll be right back in just a few minutes. So yeah, thank you for joining me so far. I'll actually put up the standings and find them. And yeah, I have to remember that we have not looked at the boards for 4, 5, and 6. So in the middle of the pack, as you can see. And we'll see how things go for the rest of the session. It's usually run as more or less a round robin, but as you can see, we have 8 players in this group, so there will be some kind of repeat or even three-peat as we get into the last part of the session. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Okay, we actually don't have very much time before we have to resume, so I won't really have time to step through all 3 of the games that we didn't get to look at in more detail. I might zip through round 4 quickly, just to clear that off the queue perhaps, but we might not have time to look at the other ones in detail just yet. This was the one that we also kind of barely won. Let's just take a quick look at what happened there. Yeah, this was the one where I rather goofed down here by not even looking at my opponent's hook. And this was the one where I had a rack very similar at the start to where we were at the beginning. Let me just put on the analysis. We still have our notes page from playing the game. So yeah, we'll just step through some boards until we're called into the resumption. So yeah, so this is really interesting. I had the exact same opening rack in round 4 as I did in round 6. 2 games with the same opening rack in very close proximity. That's a really fascinating coincidence that we saw today. But I guess that's one way to learn the word waragi, and also learn that I missed the word earwig in both cases. And yeah, we'll, again, not spend too long on this because we don't have time. Regulate's good. Day taller. I don't think I knew it. Being another possibility. That was my opponent's rack anyway. I was looking at something like Aeonian. Oh, I didn't actually see Aeonian in that spot. I was looking at this Aeonian here. And in the end, yeah, we didn't play anything nearly that good. We just blocked off all the lanes. And Yez was pretty clearly best here. I didn't actually see this possibility, but we didn't have a big Z on the hotspot like we were thinking we might have missed. So yeah, I didn't even look at this. So that's where we made a huge mistake by not challenging and not spotting that. I saw that I didn't have sevens on this rack. And it actually turns out I have no bingo at all. So Lander is not unreasonable given the circumstances in terms of something that actually scores and is still high up the equity table. So this is where I saw Tom Fool and I missed it. I actually did not see the DIV O hook. No, or rather I did see it, but I was not 100% on it. And it was also not 100% on Tom Fool. We talked about it, we just didn't play it. We're already being pulled into the next one. So Tartufos I didn't see. This I actually should have found if I considered something like the blank as you. We do know the word. It's a delicious dessert, in fact. My opponent is going to be waiting on the next one already, so we cannot take long. But let me just step through unsailed. This is where I started worrying a little bit. Playing off the X by itself is a bit of a gamble on trying to get a late bingo in. Actually, did work. I didn't see the X spot here, which scores better. Same idea, scores 8 points better. And yeah, no bingos on this rack. None at all. And so EH here still has some possibilities, maybe, but at this point it looks like a loss, right? Except we get the Q stick. This is where we got the Q stick. And my opponent could have had apps here with a very difficult parallel. But I don't know if I would still be able to outscore if I slow play out of that. Maybe we can, actually. And we had better ways to go out with all three. We should have seen Royce, in fact. I was looking at that spot anyway. But yeah, this is where we won on the Q stick. Anyway, we have to get into the next game, so unfortunately we can't talk too much about it. And we'll look through 5 and 6 at the end if we have time to stay for it. I'll be going first, so let's go Kui. That's kind of an obvious play here. Has to be that. And yeah, I mean, what else are you going to do with that rack, right? Except exchange. And we're still Val heavy even coming out of that, so. And yeah, Joseph, in the wager game, we were looking at the S hook in front the whole time. And just never got something together for it. ETUI, if we can find a good place for it. Or even Cutie. Let's take a look at this just in case we do in fact have something, but it's so heavy on vowels, I really don't think so unless we have something with this. No, I think we just play Cutie and get out of the situation. Okay, this is going to be something. Banties, Bazinet, Besaint. That's just with the S. Maybe we even have something that will go through double-double. Let's look at this because there might be something with the whole botany set through O. Botanies, botanize. That still has the O in too high a position in all of those, but there's something else in there. Niobates. Niobates is still not going to fit. However, maybe there's something with Bayonites. Bayonites. That doesn't hit double-double though. However, what goes in front of Oriest? Roriest. Atabrin and Roriest. Hang on. Atabrin. 84. A is in kind of a bad spot, but let me think about this. Does anything else go in front other than R? I'm looking at the tile pool right now. I don't see it. I think we Horiest if we have ABEI HINT. I think we should not waste time with it. I think we should take Ataprin and get out of here. And then we draw into all consonants because we've been spending all the vowels in this game. And so is my opponent. And yeah, Joseph, it's a really good S hook to learn. It's one of those where I just keep seeing it again and again in Scrabble because whether you play the S in front or in back of wager, you can still continue to build it on the other side, right? With another S hook. Unfortunately, we are too heavy on consonants to do something with this spot here, which naturally invites the Y, and it will be taken anyway. We just need to probably do something like an NG ending here. So trying. I don't think rying is good. Otherwise, I would try it. Notice that you do trying here that RE goes in front. Or we could go warty. That's better. 40 for warty. And then we keep the ing possibility for ourselves. I like it much better. And then we have this thing here. This actually would have drawn into retrying, but in an alternate universe where it was still available. We'll see what we can do here. I would ideally like to get rid of the U. But yeah, we still have the ing ending as a possibility for ourselves. Very close game still. So let's see what happens. Notice that F will go next to the I as well if something eventually goes. K will go next to the ZE down here if something manages to make use of that. We have a U to go under the Q, but we don't have a good way to make use of it because we don't have an I for if I QUE or anything like that. I think in this situation, we just go funk over here. Umu, is that right? Umu, Utu, Ubu. 41, I think that's actually very easily best. Okay, we have the V, but it could potentially go Varix or something down somewhere. And we should look at that possibility. We also have the X going down below the Z for Zex, if we have a good way to build into that. I mean, you know, we could just go EX, for instance, but then it's a little awkward coming out of that. It would have been better if we had something that was stretched from the U. Like, unfortunately, we don't have, what, an L or something in front? I think we should probably parallel the X under ZE, but it's difficult to say what to actually do with that at the moment. We might just have to eat a bit of an awkward rack coming out of that just to take the 46 points because it's a neck and neck game right now. We just need to play for points. Unless we see a much better possibility. We unfortunately don't have anything that will stretch the X this way. Well, we need to look at this. So close to something like taxing or something. Yeah, unfortunately, the X spot was spotted and blocked off. However, I believe stuff like this is good, but we end up with GX, and that's really awkward. That's sturdy, though, and does kill the V. I'm trying to see if we can land the X there. do a bit better. It is tempting just to go Varix over here, even at the cost of the V. Let's think about this. Yeah, I mean, we could also just go VG here and play for leave, but I think at this point we have to kind of try to keep pace with points. It does take an A in the back too if we want to spend the A. I'm trying to see if we have a good way to set things up. Yeah, 16 points if we take that kind of sacrifice just to keep a much, much better lead by getting rid of G and V. Maybe that's better. V in that position totally kind of obstructs the left side of the board. The left side of the board basically dies from that play. So we go 16 there, or we go 16 here. And then maybe we... Oh, wait a minute. No. I was thinking, do we have something with the A that will go through here with the X? Not yet. I'm trying to see what we want to draw into if we do, in fact, play off the A. If we don't play off the A, for instance, we might have, I don't know, taxers or something. That's a long shot, though, even with 3 S's. So the question is, do we keep A? Do we not keep A for the hook? I think we leave the left side open. And then we have a really heavy valid draw. That's unfortunate. We'll probably just go Oxo here next turn. Oh, too bad. Okay, enamels will go down. Do we have a way to follow this up with my X? Let me think about this. We could go just with the Oxo idea again over here. That's slightly better in terms of score. I'm trying to see if we have a better way to do that. It does keep the board open a little bit. I don't like keeping E, I, R, but really, what are you going to do? I think we have to take it. Okay, this is going to be good. This is going to be Siltier. Tyleries through E. It's going to be... There's something else in Siltier as well. It's... I don't know if I can find it yet. Rileyist. So we'll probably hit. Okay, let's take a look at how we want to play this. I'm trying to see if we can do something with the T hooking on text, but I don't believe so. So Tyleries that won't really have any good spots because either way it opens up like crazy. 70 over here. 60 over here. Siltier would go like this. That's actually a little more defensive. And that's still 70, despite a heavy vowel potentially going on the left side. Rileyist is actually even better because then you don't have something that will counterplay on a T quite as badly. I actually like this position. Main thing is vulnerable to is F on the right of the I, but that's a very distant possibility. I think we just take it. Anyway, I do not believe there's a 7 here that I can see, but there might be. Well, there's derelict through I, but the I is not in a position that we can take for that right now. I'm trying to see if there is something else inside derelict. And I don't see it yet. If we have something like an A to play through later, that might be a possibility as well. Oh, also, yeah. Derelict. I'm trying to see if there's something that would be ed ending. I don't think relicted is good. I think relicts is good. I don't think it's a verb though. So we'll see. If we're just dropped one of the 3 remaining eyes in the middle of nowhere, we'll do derelict. If not, we'll need to do something else. If we think about whether this will give me something through A or O, if they do open up, then we'll consider that. But for the next play, likely what we'll do is kill the A spot here before the J comes down there, because the J is a major risk at the moment. That's going to score about 60 something, and my opponent is thinking the same thing and scores there with the H. Okay. I don't see something in there. Like I don't think I would try relicted. I just don't think it's good. There might be something close to that though, but at the moment we just need to take points because it's a very even game at the moment. And go del over here. That takes E in the back. That also takes T in the back. We may potentially draw into a bingo coming out of that. It's a little bit risky with blank unseen, but the thing is, given the pool right now, I think I might be better off using it to my opponent. The I would also go in the back. It's actually going to open up a lot of space. It's aggressive, but whatever bingo goes there will also open up triples. It also blocks the lane going to the S. So it's not like it's opening new lanes. It's kind of creating a new 7 lane in place of when it ends in S. Maybe we can find something better. Let's think about this for a moment. I mean, we can also just go TEC here. Too consonant heavy. I'm trying to see if there's something better that we can do. Yeah, so again, this is going to open up a lot of hooks down low. I think we do it. Lacerate would be good from the L, but we don't get it. I don't know if we can have a 7 here. But we'll see. I'm looking at Acerate here for a moment. I don't think it's good, but I see Lacerate. I see, yeah, the double A is a problem right now. We're just foul heavy in general. It looks familiar enough that there might be something in here though, but we have to think about it. I'm thinking of like maybe with an N. Also, we can also just take this hook ourselves if we have a way to end with a C here. For instance. If we have something, so for example, erect, although it would unfortunately keep, oh no, that doesn't fit. Okay, oh, that's unfortunate. That's okay, we're actually not too far down at the moment. We can do something under the J. I actually like CAA here for 26. We'd be keeping 2 E's, 1 E in the bag. I like keeping 2 E's here. I mean, it's not really a bingo board at this point anyway. There's not much that goes right of the NOR on the right side. I think we just have to take this. ERT is really not bad. Maybe something opens up, depending on my opponent's move. And we keep it even. We try not to wait too much time. Okay, so this is a huge, huge, huge rack. I'm trying to think about the NOR situation on the right. Does NOR take very much? I think it takes the I for nori. It sounds like Japanese food for some reason. Anyway, the rack itself, there's a whole bunch of stuff in here. Routines, entries, entires, trienes. The problem is the L. You have to, if you have an I hook here, you have to have an I as the second last tile. Because we don't have a way to follow it up with the L. Riley's is actually extremely blocky. Oh, we should also consider this, but we have nothing to go in front of PE right now, so that will not work. We should also consider TS something, well, it would have to be TSEI or something. That doesn't work. However, if we're given a lane, we can jump on it. We're in a good spot for that right now, but we don't really have scoring tiles, and we need to be aware of hotspots that my opponent might take. And particularly, you know, the best case scenario for us is if my opponent decides to, say, risk an F play over here. There is a blank unseen, incidentally, so depending on what they're holding, they might also be in near bingo mode. I don't know what our second place choice is right now if things don't really work out. Oh, I was just about to say, this almost fits, but not really. Dove here, it's a good play actually because the V blocks everything. And in this kind of situation, I don't want to play out the I because we would need the I for this hook. But again, the I would have to be the second last tile. We're so close to something that if we can fish off E or something and dangle a hook, I feel like this would backfire. This is the only place. The issue with this, of course, oh, you know what? We have an N. EE takes L, it takes N. Oh, it takes W as well, so my opponent could block that easily. So this is the only real spot. And that's if we try to play for the bingo rather than playing for score. And we're only 25 behind right now, so we might want to just score something instead. Difficult to make this decision with 4 minutes on the clock. Let's think about this. If we do this, it's certain to be blocked. That's the problem. And we still are no closer to having something like an IS or IT ending here unless we have a very clear idea of what we're trying to fish for. I wonder if there's another NOR hook that I'm not thinking of. I really don't think it takes S. There's an M, I guess. NOR I, NOR M. And regardless, the only stuff we have right now ends with S that I can see. We're running out of time. We need to think about this. So EE here naturally kind of invites a block of some sort. There are 4 in the bag, and my opponent might have a blank. We just don't have a good way to open that isn't immediately going to get killed, basically, because this is going to dangle a hotspot for a consonant. This does not dangle a hotspot for a consonant, but forces the N to be in that position, which, again, I think that also gets obstructed. So do we have a way to take a bit of a risk here and still score? Or do we just have to play off tiles and score points? EEN doesn't take anything in the back. So here we would be playing to have a one in the back situation where we draw some consonants and try to score with consonants. With something like the TS ending here, which actually could still score pretty well if we draw into the H or the W. We could do it. The idea is, okay, so no, the idea is we give up on bingo because we just don't open the lanes. We play this. We try to go for the TS ending on the left side. Assuming UMU takes an S, which I think it does. We do it. Okay, so this almost works. So fits or wits, 34. So that was the idea here. Wits would take front T if my opponent uses something like a blank for that. We want to keep F because of IF here for 30. In fact, RIF here for 31. So this is the sequence. Wits 34, riff 30. That might win. You said I could have hooked N for Dovin here. Yeah, I didn't think about that, actually. But we're looking at wits 34, riff 30. We need a kind of second choice play. So my opponent is going to empty the bag on this turn. We don't really have enough time to kind of think about the blanks that they could play. Also, if we need to play off F by itself, this is possible. The fact that we still have an S available does mean that we can do something else here as well, like fist or something, but at this point, I'm pretty sure this will stay mine. I don't think my opponent's just going to use a blank on the Q spot. Even for something like, I don't know, Kibla, QIBLA or something, I don't think that's going to happen. Not when there's only one vowel left and the vowel is an A. Now, we need to think about the order, by the way. There's no E for my opponent right now if they spend the blank. If there's no E for my opponent, then we actually go riff first because it doesn't open. But then, if we go wits here, do we have a second spot for riff? Because, yeah, we need to think about the play order. And because that could affect whether we actually manage to get the out. If we go riff over here, that's open to an E on the right side if there's a blank E available. But then what is the second spot for wits? I'm trying to remember whist. Whist. Do I know what that means? Yeah, I think so. Whist would be good. Whist, yeah, because wistfulness, right? Like, if you're wistful, you have a lot of whist. Whist for 30. So, depending on my opponent's play, whether they used a blank or not, they used a blank. Brash. DLN. Is there an out for DLN? Need to look at it with the minute I have remaining. If there's no out for DLN, then we need to make sure we don't give him one. Then we take the right spot for riff. With no D, I need to look at this very, very carefully. If my opponent does not have an outplay, then we're guaranteed wits or whist. And we should be able to win it. I don't have enough time to actually calculate, but I do not see an out for my opponent. So I think we can win it. Let's take it. I'm also assuming UMU takes an S here. Maybe if I'm not 100%, I shouldn't make that play, depending on whether we can get the win. But I think it does. Like, I would have remembered if it doesn't. I've looked at all of the U dumps in Collins. I just have to keep the S hook straight sometimes. But this should get me within range. I don't think he has a realistic play that's going to block that. There's actually no play there for my opponent. So wits is totally safe. The thing that would have caused complications for riff would have been just a single play there, like a D, and even so, like if we did wits first and then ID blocks riff. And even so, I think we would have outscored enough to continue with something else. For example, even F's over here, not that we have something to continue it with since we only had I's. Oh, I didn't even challenge Eanes. Eanes is no good. I was telling myself when I played Ean, I know 100% this does not take an S. So we actually could have challenged that off, and then I would not have played Riff because that opens the E as the blank on the right side. And we would have played Wits first over here, but the issue is maybe blank T on the left side. So the thing is, I let my opponent play that by mistake. EEN does not take S, I know that for sure. And oddly enough, because I let my opponent spend the blank there, I had a winning sequence. Because if I did not let my opponent spend the blank there and I challenged that off, and this is the only invalid word on the board, by the way. If I challenged that off, then we might have been vulnerable to blank here or blank here somehow. And I did not have enough time to calculate that. So we might have actually done okay by mistakenly not challenging that. Because the thing is, when I played EEN, I played that thinking, okay, there's no hook. I know for certain there's no hook. And I let it go anyway because I was too busy calculating the sequence. So that was very careless. But we won, so. You're saying that actually it was supposed to be a loss because there is NEELD here. I did not know it, so I didn't see the out. So yeah, that should have been a loss then. I did not know NEELD, so huge mistake to play this knowing there's no S hook and then take the S hook in there anyway. But that's what a little bit of time pressure does to you sometimes, I guess. Anyway. Huge goof, but we made it out somehow. We'll be going into round 8 with a 4-3 record. I'll step through this one quickly since I'm not called into the next one yet, but we still need to catch up on 5 and 6 when we have time. Okay, Kui's obviously best. No question about that. Lots of Z plays available. Eutectic. A mixture with a low melting point. Takes an S on the end too. Eutectic. Did not see it. My opponent has a very easy one here. I missed a better one. Tabarine. Oh, look at that. I was looking at that rack too, but I did not iterate through the blank as R. I was looking at blank as S and looking at all the 8s through the O. But I saw the Atarin play up top before I considered the overlap with the R for the extra points. But I'm pretty happy with that play anyway, apart from the A being in such a vulnerable position. Warty was going to do well there. Look at that, my opponent could have had a double-double here with Aquinia. Funk scores very well there, obviously. What did I miss with XI at this point? Oh, just under there. I don't know. I would have taken that. A lot of plays that we did look at, like Varex over here. Interesting that Nyx finishes ahead of it, even keeping GV. I did look at this play over here, for instance. I looked at both of these. And we ultimately decided to sacrifice lots of points. By equity, that's not too far down. 22. Yeah, about 5 points down in equity for 14-point sacrifice. But given the shape of the board at the time, and given that I wanted to keep the X at the ready, maybe that's justified. Enamels goes down. Oxo, I had a better spot down here. I did not look at it. Bit of tunnel vision there. opponent has constant trouble. Rileyist Stillier. Tylerese, I saw. I did not see Stillier. I saw all of the other ones, though. And then up will go down. No bingos here. As you can see, coded would do the parallel down here. And yeah, so Joseph Tabarine also goes with baritone. Baritone's the other 8 in that one. And reobtain. It's baritone, Tabarine, reobtain, obtainer. And I think that's all 4 in there. It's so common probability-wise. It's one of those that at a certain level, everybody just knows it cold. I just didn't look at the blank as R. And CAA does very well here. We correctly spotted that. And then, yeah, look at that. My opponent is kind of holding a blank rack as well and trying to manage it and wait for an opening. And as I spotted, no bingo here. Dovin was something that came up in chat as a potential play. EIRST being a very strong leave there. Ian here, like I said, this was explicitly a play thinking there's no hook on Ian. I'm going to draw into consonants. If I can draw into consonants, we'll have a big play on this side. And it worked out, except I didn't do the challenge. Dover has a couple of decent plays down here, though. If you see Dover as a possibility. And then my opponent can actually do well with that even without brash and without spending the blank. Rifts. Oh, yeah, actually, that's not too bad. Keeps WI. I don't know what you would do with WI afterwards, so I feel like as an out in 2 sequence, we did pretty well. Ritz here, at least, doesn't have the problem of trying to play off RIF. If you're just playing off FI, I think you have a little more flexibility. For example, even just IF here as an out, if you don't get the massive score off here. And yeah, so Neil would actually have won for my opponent there, plus 20 there. And what even is that? A needle, yeah. So, bit of an attentional issue there with not challenging a word that I knew was not good. But we've had more than one of those today. Let's get into the next round and play. This will be round 8, and I'll be going first. It's a rematch with one of my opponents from earlier. I'm thinking Oribi, unless we have a... Oh, you know what? I don't want to keep II, but there's a really funny one, which is Bro-y, which is like if you're really like a bro. I'm not playing that keeping II, though, but I just want to identify that as a play. I think this has got to be the position for it, unless we want to go B dangling there for the double lane. This lets me follow up with the Y, this position here. If we have YO or something on the next turn. The R is more vulnerable to the double though, so we have to be aware of that. This is going to be if we have a place to play Cutty or something, we'll just do it. Or we'll do something to get rid of Y and U. I don't know what yet. I'm trying to see if we do have something through R. I don't see it yet. Century? No, it doesn't quite do it. It would keep T, though, if you just play off Century as a big dump. So we'll see what my opponent plays. Well, I just have to react. But priority will be to
get rid of YU somehow. If we can. So let's just see what happens. Yeah, because we had 8 players, we had 7 rounds round robin, and we have 3. Where to go? Fungic. Would that be a synonym of fungal? I don't know if I should check that one. Fungic. Because normally, if it's something with fungus, you would say fungal, right? It doesn't score very much. Do we want to check that? Or do I just want to take YU here? Not think about it too much. Fungic. I mean, what even is my second place play if it does come off? I think we just take it. It's too plausible. It's one of those where I might think about it afterwards. It's really obviously good. Anyway, so I'm looking at my rack right now. Do we have a 7? This is really close to something. Reticent if we have an R to work with. The R, unfortunately, will not go because of the C obstructing it. If we can undouble some stuff, then we might be able to do something here. And the C on Fungic is really blocking all kinds of things right now, though. Do we want to do a small play like tech or something just to extend? I don't know. Or even just here, maybe, for 12. And then it still kind of leaves lanes open. I'm trying to see if maybe there's something through the O. Or even just playing TE off somewhere. Or CIT, keep it like that. 15. It doesn't really. Yeah, because playing off the A up top does create an E possibility going this way, but it closes off the other side. I'm trying to see what would make more sense here. So I'm thinking cent here, 15. Tech here, 12. Yeah. Well, here we'll just try to score with something, maybe. Haglets. I'm just thinking about this in terms of probability. Would we have seen it? Unfortunately, that E doesn't even give me his head spot back. Haglets. Do I know what else would be in that? I think it's good. But it might be I think it might specifically be a Collins thing. Okay, let's see here. Do we have a way to stretch to Z that way? I don't know, we just go ZE. I don't like that. NRTY. Even if it does score 36. Yeah, we need to open up a little bit of space here, though. That might actually wind up being best. I don't like it. But what do we even do? I'm trying to see if we can stretch this over. I just don't see it. What about here? IZE? I think we have to probably take it. I don't like it. Okay. Not as bad as it could be. I still am having trouble with the Y. I'd have to just make small plays with it just to manage to rack. Unless we find something like enormity or something similar. Serotonin through S. Pretty sure it's not a sevens rack, but we could always be surprised. This also goes tyrosine. Neither of these possibilities are open on the board right now. I'm trying to see if it will go with something like the G or the L or something else that's open. Yeah, small plays on my opponent's side as well. We will manage to rack. Also, tech, I think, will also take Y on the back, but I don't have a good way to extend it down right now to make it score decently. I also should still look at this stuff. But I think right now we managed to rack and try to bingo soon. This is really heavy on duplicates right now. There might be something 3D. Not quite something like reorient. Yeah, we should check the double I as well for doubles everywhere. I don't think so. I think we need to just go like Tinter and take the points. It's too bad that we need to break a rack that's so close to something like a bingo, but it's too many duplicates at the moment and we need some space regardless. We're actually a little bit behind right now, and so things could be better. We might have missed something big, but also, as with the Tum Fool rack that we saw earlier today, we need to look at Foot and Fool and other things like that. Reavails. Availers, reavails. I'm pretty sure it is gonna. I just need to kind of do a bit of a sanity check here. Avail or reavail. I think so, but let's consider this for a moment. Yeah, no, it's got to be good. We can go folio over here. Keep RT and stretch out a bit. 27, I like that. Because otherwise the top left is dead. Okay, we're getting close to something. Rooster, roosters through R. Four eights. Hang on, this one I need to kind of think about for a moment. Four eights. I'm trying to see if I can see anything else in that. That would be another solution here. I'm not 100%. I should really check because we're falling so far behind at this point. I think we have to. Yeah, it's good. I thought it might be, but it's one of those desperation challenges at this point. Feels like we're so close to something. I'm trying to see if we have something like an 8 through the T, or even 8 through the E. Yeah, we need to have duplicates or something. That's, or open up hooks over this. I really don't want to just burn an S for nothing, but we don't want to block lanes like this though. Like it scores, but it blocks lanes. Do we want to just spend an S for the extra 5 there just to unduplicate? We might have to. And unfortunately, it also kind of blocks off this stuff. Foot something. Foot sirs, unfortunately not. Like a form of footsies. We can go OO over here. I don't like keeping both S's like that, but the other possibility is just go OS over here. But then you create a new S hook on top. OO or OS? I think for balance, we had to go OS. Okay, this has got to be something. This is... not great. Postered to a D. Row TAs through an A, operates through an A. Poetizer through an I? Poetizer? Poetry's through an I. Doesn't fit at the moment. Trying to see if there's a 7 that I'm not quite spotting here. Okay, so that's going to give me a spot down there at the cost of the X scoring like crazy. Yeah, we're in so much trouble this game. Maybe OO was the play? Yeah, maybe. But if you think about it, if you have double S, like double S is never as good as anyone thinks it is. Essentially, it's one of those that's absolutely a bit of a trap. I'm trying to see reposted to a D. Oh my goodness, I'm so far down in time. I didn't even realize. Yeah, we can just go like this. Just create more lanes. I have no time. Okay, tenders, sterned, etc. I mean, something's going to hit it finally, but we won't score very much. And we're just going to lose this game very badly. And look at the pool. Like after this play, the pool is not bingo friendly at all. Vand is specifically a bit of a blocking play there. Do we have something off the tee at the top? No time to look for it. We just need to go stern or something. And then now we really have no place to go. Nidgets. I don't know if we have something that would go to the E up top. That's still a possibility, by the way. That's still a lane. But I have no time to really look at this. Ingested. My OPA unfortunately blocked the ingested spot. Too bad. Yeah, I didn't think about this when I played OPA. I was trying to open up new lanes. I didn't realize that I actually obstructed this one a little too much here. Technically, you still have a lane going down to the E. I don't have a word to work with it right now, though. And yeah, this is really obstructing the board now at this point. We need to leave the idea of that upper side open. But we're too far behind. Even one bingo doesn't get me anything at this point. I think we just play out the game and take the loss. Unfortunately. Like, I don't think there's anything fancy I can do to save this at the moment. Like, maybe if we... Let's go like this. No, that was spend the I. You don't even have the ing ending anymore. We really have nothing to work with. We can leave lanes open just in case we have some kind of fancy play to salvage things a bit. We have the remaining S for a front S hook, but I have nothing that I can use this with. Like there's just no room to go. We can just fish off O, or fish off G maybe. Find a good place to just fish off G. We have no time. We have to play. Let's just play G up here on Gox. See, kindest. It's not gonna go anywhere. So we have no lanes. We had no way to open a lane either, unless we did G over here, and then that would have opened up an A hook behind though. Unless AA is in the bag. If AA were in the bag, then that would have blocked my opponent. But yeah, too bad. We actually could have had ingested on that turn had I not played OPA so high instead of playing down here. That looks like a Q setup almost, except there's no Q ending that my opponent really has. So I think we just take it. I don't think we really have anything else I can do. There's one in the bag. We can also just 2-1. And we picked up the Q. Look at that. So, bit disastrous. It's going to be QI over here or QIS up here for 39. We'll be able to play it off at least. It's not an issue. QIS up there is vulnerable to my opponent following up with another I, but then we have an N to follow up after that if we want. Or rather, yeah, we have an N following that, but we are unlikely to actually find a good use for it. So we do something like this, and we would, well, if we go QIS over here, then maybe we have an out. We have tend on the O. Like, you know, one of these spots, whoops, one of these spots over here. Yeah. This, if we do this, then we have what? I don't know. Rough game, though. Tinted, but no, we can't do that. We have to keep the eye for Q. We need to use the eye with Q, rather, right away. It depends on whether the eyes come down. If the eyes come down, then, you know, the easy thing to do would just be UI here. But I don't see an out in 2 sequence after that. Here, at least we'd have an out in 2 sequence. If my opponent follows up with the eye on the right, we can kind of make up for the score there by going for the out. Because then at least we have an out in 2, we get some of those points back. And actually, there's very little that my opponent can do up here, even with spending the eye. So we might even just go. No, we just have to take it. No time. I was about to figure out a way to play that second so we don't give away to QI, but I think we just have to give away to QI. And the thing is, I was looking at it and thinking that my opponent can't put anything next to it. Well, other than that, we just have to play it out. There might have been a better way to play this with N in the second spot. And so, yeah, all words valid. And that's a huge, huge loss, but that went out of control very quickly early in the game, so. Yeah, too bad about the ingested thing here, but we were too far behind at that point anyhow. And things just got blocked off too quickly. I'm not called into the next game yet. We'll see if we missed something big on some of the racks when I was making small plays. But let's update the record to show that we're 4-4 going into round 9 after this. And we'll take a quick look. So yeah, Broy, actually, I identified this first. Keeping II is slightly ahead in equity just because of the extra 12 points you're scoring. I don't think I would have risked keeping II, though. That is so ugly. I actually did not know this anagram here. Yibor. The bear was something Yibor. I wonder if that takes an ing or something. No, didn't think so. That would be too strange. Anyway, so Fungic is good. Cutie. Oh, I didn't see that possibility when looking at the Y follow-up there. That is much better and should have been easy to spot. Yeah, as I suspected, no sevens. We did, in fact, take the highest equity play up here. I looked at both of these, actually, as the best possibilities. And we just couldn't follow that up. Azerty, for those of you with French keyboards. I had not even considered that. And look at this, Tao Iwi. Oh, it's a Maori word, of course it is. I don't know how to pronounce it. Very fancy. I missed a Tyro possibility on Techie. Oh yeah, I was looking at Techie with a Y hook. I just didn't follow it to its natural conclusion, and I ruled it out too soon. I should have looked a little harder there because I did see the hook. But I think I had a bit of a bias towards keeping EI and RT, and indeed, even scoring 14 less, the equity is just about even. Almost dead even, in fact. Yeah, this is an unduplicate sort of turn, so maybe Tintra was a little too much of a dump of a rack that was very close. None of the plays available score well. I have no good plays in that turn, really, because it's purely rack management. Folio is pretty obvious there. 4-8. I was thinking of F4-8. That's why I challenged 4-8. I don't know if it's something similar. No, this is an insecticide. Fish off S on Z's and Javas for 30. I should have considered that, actually. That's interesting. Doesn't open space for me, though, so you can't really just go by equity there. Because lanes close down really quickly if my opponent starts playing down here on that turn. But how badly was I doing? So notice that OOS here does very marginally better. Very marginally. Like a lot of these are a close comparison. OS looks kind of defensible, though, if we wanted to specifically set up S hooks. Treetops, missed it. Missed it. Proteos, missed that too. And that's the only stuff other than just fishing off E for more lanes on the left for F4-8. Yeah, missed treetops. That's really too bad. Stern goes down. We have to zip through. I'm being called into the next game. Tao Yui is available again for the second time in the game. And there's nothing from this point. I'm not really ever close to anything from that point on. So missing treetops absolutely kind of turns the game there. Let's head into round 9. It's all rematches at this point. I'm trying to see if there actually is a potential 7 or 8 with this. Can't be a Zoogler. Wording, very nice. I feel like it's so close to something. Like, you know, there's so many things that look like it, right? And glazers and so on. Guzzlers, Zogglers, Zoologger or something. No. We just need to play off to Z somehow. However, if we have a double-double here, we should consider that as well. But I don't know that we do. I would really like to get rid of the G for something like GLOZE, but I don't think we really have a place to do it. GRO. What about an IZE ending? We shouldn't spend too much time on it. We should just play it off. Maybe ZO or ZOL. Let's go ZOL. Just for balance. Eagerer, maybe? I'm not sure, actually. Can you be eagerer? You can be uneager. Eagerer. It's one of those where I would not have seen it by probability because there are too many E's. Agree. Re-agree. Maybe. We need to make sure we actually have hooks for this kind of thing. Flick would take S on the end. Do we have a way to go S hook? I think we just need to play off some of this stuff. Almost want to just play off G's over here. Just to complain about a rack. Maybe even just play off 2 E's somewhere. Flickering, not quite. AGE ending. Hang on. We need to look at this with S. Or even with the F. It's the problem with these blank racks. They burn so much time. And I think we actually go G's. Open up more room on the left. That's still keeping too many vowels. Let's see what we can do here. Areole, areole. And we just have to take it. I don't see a better spot. Joseph, you were asking in the last game, did my opponent have a bingo if I didn't play Tinder as well? I actually don't remember. On the previous game, I honestly do not remember. Okay, that's a huge parallel. 39 points in that one. Let me think about this. I would ideally like to get rid of this one. Oh, yeah, under Reavail's turn last game. Yeah, I honestly don't remember. I'd have to look at that a little more carefully. Let me see here. This is a bit of a tough turn. We might have a way to do something with M's somehow. Memo on the right or something. I don't know. Emu somewhere. I don't know. We really don't have a good way to get rid of that U. We might just go more over here. I don't like keeping the U like that, but that's not the worst rack we could work with. We need a little bit more space. It works better than going something like mop or even oop or I think, yeah, let's make him space. We'll probably want to play VU M off somewhere. We want to at least get rid of the VU combination on the next turn. Even if it's just VUG over here, it blocks like crazy though. That's not great. It does block like crazy, but it does leave us with something playable. Hey, over here. Yeah, we don't want to block too hard when we need a comeback spot, but this is looking best right now. Unless we can find a better way to get out of the V situation. I think we have to do it. Mutiny through an N. We don't have it. We might just go something like mid over here. That leaves an A hook up top that we don't have the ability to take yet, but it does threaten it for later. Yeah, my opponent's starting to close up a little bit. We need to make a little more risk on the board, essentially. I really don't like keeping EITU, but who knows, maybe we draw into a Q play or something. By the way, notice the possibility eventually of flickering if that ever becomes relevant. The tiles still exist in the pool too. That happened. Routine. Nowhere for it at the moment. Routine, but then does that go with anything else has in... Oh, no, routine imid. IMID goes there. Yes, it goes. And the Vibs, unfortunately, will block off the flickering idea, but that's okay. We don't need it. We caught up. We're ahead. Yeah, flickering would just be an incredible extension in that spot. Anyway, we're slightly agitated with this rack. Not entirely agitated because we, in fact, have too many T's. But I'm trying to see if we have a good way to get rid of that. I was trying to look at that spot, actually. That was just taken. Taken with CTENE. There are a whole bunch of the CTEN words. There's a whole set of them. Cetenoids, cetenidia, all that kind of stuff. By the way, these V's are killing everything on these corners right now. You see these right angles? If we don't do something about that situation, then yeah, things could really close off. I'm trying to see if we have a way to go down here. Too bad we don't have a D for like dick. No, we. I was about to say dictat, but I would not go there. I don't know. I'm reluctant to parallel there and close things off even further. Otherwise, TAK might not even be that bad. I mean, right now we're kind of even for score, so maybe that's not too bad. But however, we could also go VIG here to dangle an A hook. We have 2 out of 5 A's in the pool. Trying to see if we have something here too. Or anything here? No. Vita here. Actually, that's not bad. I'm trying to remember if it takes an A on the end. 10. Does absorb a little bit of risk. Maybe we should actually just take points and make my opponent take the initiative to crack this open. There's still a potential S-hook lane off of routines, of course. That's something that is possible. We're also several minutes down on time. We should maybe continue the idea here with Vita or just go Viga or Vaggy. Vaggy, we know doesn't take an S because it's Vagus and Vaggy, I'm pretty sure. Doesn't score, but that would be a play to crack things open if we need to. It's getting to the point where nobody can really score without cracking open something huge like the routine spot. Vigia is also good if you want to keep ATT. I'm just trying to remember if Vigia takes S, though. You can just never quite keep it straight when... Yeah, look at that. Exchange 1. Exchange 1 tells me I'm blocking this spot. But how do I even block that spot? I don't have a good way to do it. Unless with exchange 1, I go... I actually don't have a good block for that area. But exchange 1 just screams like this is going to be the spot. Because there's no other bingo spot in the whole board right now. Given that it's exchange 1, thing is, this doesn't really block. And we still have so many problems out of that. Trying to see if we have a way to extend from there. Maybe we do this. I mean, there are 4 A's. Maybe we do this. I feel like there will be something that plays through, though. I think we take it just in case it obstructs. It might not obstruct. I think dangling the eye like that might have something go through. But with 3 eyes in a pool, maybe my opponent might be, yeah, oh, that's too bad, Equinia's. Now, I don't know if Equinia actually takes an S. I feel like we need to challenge it just in case. It does. Okay. I wonder if we actually gave away that spot because it was clearly a draw towards an S over here. If it's an exchange 1, I can't imagine that my opponent was keeping Q. So maybe he drew into the Q and we just got unlucky? I don't know. I actually think my opponent drew into the Q. That would be what makes sense. We might just go TAI up here just to manage to rack. I don't like leaving that A parallel spot open, but I don't see a good way to follow up there right now. And we might want to just leave the possibility of, yeah, look at that, too many A's. If my opponent plays something here, there's only 8 in the bag. We might be able to get a counterplay. Royal, yeah. It would have to be I on the left for ISO. And S on the bottom to continue. We have one of the 2 remaining S's. We need to just make more room. Just AA here, maybe. And then at least you threaten something in 2 spots. That may actually be the play, legitimately. Hand set. Unfortunately, it's only going to go on the AA spot. It's not going to go in a royal spot. Hand set. Is there something else in hand set? No. Oh, we're going to get it. We're going to get it. And look at that. So here's the problem with hand set. My opponent could just follow that. No, we put H there instead. Hand set. And then there's still the possibility that my opponent comes back with an F play. Actually, no. He will come back with an F play, but at least it's not going to be like the J play hitting here, right? I need to look at this. Is there something else in hand set? If there is, we need to take it. Because I need to work this out. Because I think my opponent wins by playing like 4s or something. No. This is going to be the outplay. It's the outplay because my opponent... Yeah, no, we have an empty bag, so we just take the highest score. 92. It's an empty bag. We win. I was so worried about a counterplay with the F here, I didn't notice that it's an empty bag. Because I was thinking, oh my god, this is going to hit so hard, and we fuss about this. But okay. Miracle draw saves us again. Yeah, because I was looking at both of those spots and thinking, oh, I think we still lose, we don't score enough, and then, wait a minute, opponent has 7 tiles. And that's all there is to that, so. We got away with some real nonsense in that game. Some real nonsense. 1 round to go. You were waiting for me to play for 89 and then the opponent to pass and then I win. Oh, just so I could see by surprise that we didn't need to fuss with a handset spot, right? But anyway, let's step through this quickly. So you have to remember we didn't look at 5 and 6. So I was looking for something like this. I didn't see that parallel. But Zol is second best. Second best to equity, very marginally. Flick in a very constant and heavy rack. I did not see a re-engage. Re-geared rewording. That's interesting for non-bingos. Yeah, I just did not see any of these ones. And then Epoxy Areoli goes down instantly here. That's an interesting overlap for some of this stuff. Lagered. The only thing that can kill a Vindaloo. And wanted over here. And then, yeah, oh, I was looking for something that would give me that, but we needed more space at that point, hence going for more on the left. Even though by equity it's kind of terrible. And then hay over here, gum is favored. I was trying to dump the V as well, though. Definitely squaring things off with the Vug down here, and with the other V play going down for my opponent later, killed way too much stuff. Yeah, I did see OUP there. I didn't think about the M in front to undouble the M. I do know it. It's just one of those that I was blind to for the moment. Bump over here, so TDM would have opened things up very nicely. I never really gave enough consideration to the T hook on top of day. But that would have at least opened slightly. The I is in a pretty dangerous spot there, I guess, or heavy consonant followed by O, followed by vowel. Yeah, Vibs will really close things off, but luckily we have routine on the mid spot. Which, when I played mid, was I keeping I? Yeah. So, you know, it looked clever in hindsight, but I was thinking, oh, we don't actually have an A for the A hook, and I forgot until afterwards we also had the I hook. This is a great word here. Part of that whole CTEN set, as we were saying. And then here, yeah, this is actually reasonable in a series of really rough plays to choose from. I don't want the gates. I did not know the one with double T. But that would have at least cracked things open a little bit. Maybe. The I is in a dangerous spot, though. We would have probably not taken that. But I was considering the G here as well, but I did not want to keep triple T. Interestingly, keeping triple T comes out slightly ahead of keeping GTT, which I would not necessarily have guessed. This is where my opponent fishes 1. Oh, look at this. Fish D, keep Q. That's interesting. I wonder why. Like, I wonder what he's going for. He's clearly going for an SQU start. But what did he think he was going to get with an SQU start? I think he was just baiting me. Because I was thinking, okay, what's the closest I can get to something sort of blocky? Well, the only thing there would be if he plays through the I. What do you know? He finds the one plays through the I. So, yeah, at this point, I'm managing my rack to try to keep things open. Roll goes down. We see that we have the S Fava here. Oh, that's actually kind of interesting. Although, if my opponent has S at that point, it's easy to block both lanes just by playing into one of them. So you just need one play to kill both sides. I actually didn't think about the S hook on wording. Actually, wordings. And so, yeah, AA here is basically thinking I'll get one of the S hooks. And lucky for me, that lower spot did not get blocked because we did not have an S ending. And this is a really curious play, actually. Instead of just blocking, but maybe he thinks that, you know, he can't block both spots at that point. Or, oh no, it's because 2 tiles in a bag, JH are, or rather JF are in the bag. And so he doesn't know what's going to come out that's heavy. But you would think, though, with the possibility of a heavy play coming here, that he'd be worried a bit a little more in the pool. But anyway, this paid off. This was a huge gamble. We managed to get it. So, and yeah, look at that. If it were not the final play, then it's a 93-point counterplay. Let's go into game 10 out of 10. I'm first. Vaulted. Vaulted? Maybe. Or we can just do. Yeah, if you vault over something, vaulting. Hang on, let's make sure we don't actually have something even better. No. Vaulted, vaulting, vault. Yeah, I think so. Okay, Hellions. Now we have the H possibility next to S. I'm trying to see if we have something better, like WHOA, keeping IER. That's 37, dangles quite a bit, but otherwise we'd be looking at something like here, slightly worse leave. I'm trying to see if we have somewhere to maybe land. Like, is this spelling good? I actually don't know if it is. Whoa, I don't like it. It might be, but I don't like it. It's something looks weird about it. It might be valid, but yeah, so it is good. Okay. Yeah, I could not remember, to be honest. It's not one that I would have seen from hooks because there's no 3 to 4 in there. I don't like the U here, but if we keep RU and just go whinier over here, maybe that's not too bad. 27. On something ear. I feel like we might actually be close to something here. Insurer? It's not runier, but like there might be something close to it. This U is causing problems, essentially. Maybe we just score and just go for turnover for this turn. It's too hard to manage this rack otherwise. Ooh, saddlery. Look at that. Just went down instantly. We have Garradon through E. We don't have an E to play through. It would have gone, though. Like, this would have gone in through the same E that saddlery went into. Trying to see if there's something else that we can do for like rounding. If there's an N to play through, there's no N to play through. Let me think about it. Hmm. I don't think dowering is good. No, can't be. Just dower as an adjective. Anything through the A, maybe? Let me think about that. Rigodon doesn't fit. That's the nice thing about seeing the plays that don't fit instantly, then you just stop checking them. Maybe something down here. Maybe we just go like this and then just keep D and just try to stretch. the U spot rather is in a bit of an X bomb spot, but or maybe we do something up here. I don't know. We really want to get rid of that U. I would during keep DO. That's safer. Doesn't score much, but it's safer. Fjord would actually no, we don't. Yeah, we would have it Fjord here. Doesn't score much. Let's see if we have something with a J going down here. Kura. J over UG if we have something like job 52. That's pretty good. I don't think we have anything good through to A. I'm just taking a moment to look here. I think that's very clearly best, actually. And then, yeah, Zigzag, you discovered recently that WOAH is good in Collins, but not in NWL, as the bot also just informed us. Yeah, I wonder if I would have had the chance to see that come up somehow and learn it. Look at that. Wow, 108 point Amberries. Playing through that way. Amberries. Okay, so we're pretty far behind. Fantastic play, though. Look at that. See some real fireworks here sometimes, just not necessarily on my end. I'm trying to see how we can just stretch this out a bit. Like, what if we just keep... If we need to make space, and don't have a good way to do it right now. I actually feel like I should be responsible about this and check Amberries. We're kind of losing anyway. Yeah, it's good, but 100 point triple, we kind of have to check if I'm even 90% sure. And that's the thing I'm trying to train myself to do in Collins challenge rules, because we very often don't have that discipline. Oh, you know what? DIP over here for some epic poo. Nip is better, actually. Then we unduplicate a bit. It doesn't open the left side at all, but at least it scores. Very close to something like a fervent, but we don't have it. There are still technically lanes, like here, if we had fervent, which we don't. Too constant and heavy at the moment. We don't really have tiles to play through. Eutexia is going to go down, and then now we're really kind of in trouble because I don't even have a good way to follow up on that. Because we just have like ref or tref maybe. But I don't actually have a good way to use my V in that spot. The E only has one place to go, like we have to put it there, so. I'm just looking at this to see if maybe there's anything better. I don't think there is. I think this is the best we'll do. However, down here, bend 45. That's a little better, actually, score-wise. Let's see. Tref here, VND. Bend here, VRT. Yeah, we'll take this. 45. Do we have a way to follow up here? Still no. Yeah, we will lose that spot anyway. However, Q is not going to dump here yet because we don't have a D for QAID or something. So close to a big Q spot there. We can just go Fakir here and just stretch out a little bit. The Q is not in a great spot, but at least this keeps things open. There are 15 tiles in a bag. There is blank unseen, but we don't have enough in the bag at this point for anything except the most miraculous 2 bingo comeback. So, and anyway, if there's a play under the Q, at least it still probably leaves lanes open. Because we're not going to get the parallel. There's no D in the pool or anything for QAID up top. So that's just not going to go. We have to take this. So close to, vibrate or something. I feel like there is something in here, actually. And yeah, Zigzag Eutexia is one of those where you see it pretty quickly by either probability or by looking at the ones that are 5 vowels out of 7. There aren't that many bingos that are 5 vowels out of 7, so it's actually a good set to learn systematically because it gets you out of a lot of trouble. 5 vowels out of 8, there's a lot more, obviously. 6 out of 8, there's hardly any. So if you learn the 5 out of 7 and 6 out of 8 for vowels, you get massive vowel dump bingos that are a very quick list to put together. I'm trying to see if there's something like with a vet ending or... Anyway, 9 in the bag. We need to get rid of some of this stuff. Yeah, and that's starting to close off up top. I can't play something like Tab here because then it really shuts down. We need some way to... You know what? Go Vibe. Vibe takes an X on the end, but there's no X available anymore. Also, QAT would go beside this. Why don't we just do QAT now? But we have the last... No, we don't have the last T. Never mind that. So QAT would still go down beside that. But here, maybe we kind of build towards a bingo, and if we don't have a bingo, we play off AT on the left. That makes some kind of sense, maybe. That might not really make sense. My opponent's going to beat 500 on this one, easy. Anyway, QAT is going to score 34 there, but yeah, this is not a great situation because the M and G are kind of awkward together. I'm trying to see if there's an AT or an AGE ending. The double T is a burden right now. So will Z. And oh, fishing off F. So my opponent thinks he's got something to really take this over the top. 5 in a bag, though. At least that means that the bag still has stuff for me to work with. But, keeping GMT here is probably not going to work out. However, we do have mitagen, ectasia. A mitagen to the S, we can do that. I'm assuming it takes the S. Might not. I think it has to. But let me just take it. Yeah, mitagen goes with emoting. Ectasia, that's got to be good. It's so high probability. Let's just go mitagen to finish. And then we'll at least earn some points back even if we're losing to a 557. And okay, all words are valid here. And we got over 419 at the end there, but yeah, we kind of got killed the whole game, but that's okay. You saw meta tag in there. I actually didn't think about that. I wonder how new that one is as far as internet age words. So why not egotism? Because does that score more for me at that point? Oh, egotism through here. No, because that's 7 letters and it's not a. Oh, you mean egotism on here? I would not have been confident about ectasia taking an S. I actually would not have been sure about it. The lengthening of a short syllable. Okay. Yeah, I would not have been 100% on that. So I think at this point, we're kind of losing anyway. I wasn't totally optimizing. And I was just happy to get something down at the end after AT keeping a bit of an awkward leaf. So anyway, I'm going to step through this game, and then we'll go back over boards 5 and 6 because those were reasonably interesting and we didn't get a chance to peek at them. And we'll also look at a standing somewhere along the way, but some other players might still be finishing. So let's read this one first. Round 10 here. Also, I'll update my record to show that we finished on 5 and 5 today. I kind of come evenly with this group almost every week, more or less, plus or minus 1. Bolted is going to be nice scoring there. Hellions in shell. In shell is interesting. It's from Shakespeare. So yeah, this spelling works better score-wise, but I was not 100% on it, so. But those were the plays. Generally, whinier by equity, that's the play. Even with the RU. Nothing here scores well, as you can see. Nothing's going to score over the 20s. Saddlery hits really hard. Very nice find. Interesting that ouch is kind of flavored here, even though the O is just put in that super risky spot, which you would kind of want for a comeback. It's just that I think the counterplay possibilities are pretty heavy at that point. Job is the obvious play here. Hammerys is going to hit like crazy. A challenge for 5. Nip is going to be highest by equity. At least we're finding the plays, right? I'm finding a lot of the plays at the top of the table. It's just that they're generally pretty obvious on this board, and it's not enough to make up for the massive deficit that we're sitting on at this point. Like, look at this. These are the 2 plays we considered. QI, Fakir. QI blocks the lane, and that's why it's not a good idea. Fakir opens a new lane, more or less. And so between the 2, I think it's actually better. And yeah, I didn't know what to do with this, but yeah, Vibe barely scores anything, as you can see. At this point, I'm just trying to manage the rack and get rid of BV. And it does pay off, but maybe unduplicating the T comes out as slightly more important, given that Vibe also kind of technically blocks off one of the lanes we created under the R. So yeah, this will be my opponent having QAT available as well, incidentally, but he's going to try to go for the final bingo, and he's going to get it. So, I did not see Tegmenta because I don't think I knew it. The scale protecting a bud. And this will go down. And yeah, egotism scores highest by 17 extra points. Ergotism does land the M there. But we do find the lowest scoring of the 5 available bingos. And we get a good amount of points off the WNZ, hence the ending putting us over 400. Let's go back. First of all, let me just take a look at the standings if they're up. And we'll see. There's actually one game that's still going right now. this game over here. They got 3 in the bag, so there'll be a little bit of time. We'll look at the standings then after I look over my remaining games, maybe. Yeah, but right now we're kind of in the middle of the pack with 1 game still unresolved. So let's go over 5 and 6. 5 was, yeah, one of the ones that went badly. 6 was the one we were saved by at the last minute. I'll at some point want to look at my cue stick situation in 4 more closely because I felt like I was just very fortunate with my opponent blundering into a cue stick essentially because we made some bad calls. So this was 5. And yeah, 10-0 record. I mean, he is the strongest player in the group pretty consistently, so. The fellow who organizes this, I think he's in the world top 100 in Wespa, but I'm not sure. Oh, this was the one where we accidentally let CARO go in a critical situation where that would have turned the game. Let me step through it. So yeah, we made a huge challenge-related blunder in this one that lost the game. This is the one where you saw neighbor or whatever it was, or whichever one it was that had the V. Behavior. So this was actually a spelling that fit. I was looking at something like that. We did play Oribi, the ORIBI spelling in a different game today. And then, well, Pervy is kind of nice. Didn't think about that. To get rid of the U instead of just Pervy. Valerian with this crazy overlap that would have hit really hard had they found it. So yeah, exchange UUU is in fact best. I was looking at the U2 possibilities, but dump UUU comes out slightly ahead as the best exchange as well. That was correct. Romp is best here by equity anyway, but I think it was pretty clearly the play. I went for QIS right away, but actually did not see this possibility with keeping the S. This is actually better, especially because we keep the S to follow up on the right side afterwards instead of playing it instantly. We have the S for the hook. So I maybe played this a little too quickly without considering the AN spot. My opponent also has X at that point, though, and so that would have been hit pretty hard with Maxes or something had I dangled that. This is also an exchange rack. What do we go for? I kept NRT. It is actually pretty far down in terms of the exchange quality. Keeping R is favored. It's kind of all within a point or two, but yeah, I guess NRT is considered a little too consonant heavy, at least if we're just looking at all things being equal on the equity table. I was slightly swayed by the fact that we have a bag that's even for vowels and consonants at this point, so I felt like the all consonant leaves were not as bad as usual to exchange into, but keeping 3 consonants is probably still a little too heavy. And yeah, that would have gone down for 15. And so yeah, I'm still a little bit heavy on everything, but EWT and the correct spot goes down. Z. Zell is actually slightly favored. Actually very favored, keeping DERN instead of whatever it was we did. Keeping the D instead of the L is actually scoring 1 point less, but way up on equity. So that's a little optimization we should remember in the future when it comes to comparing the D and the L. Did not know this word. It's a kind of Asian antelope, if you know your Mongolian antelopes. That would have been a really cool one to play, even if it doesn't score that much better. Aerosat's going to go down. We're just kind of managing at this point. I should have considered this, actually, just to get rid of one of the L's. Then I was reluctant to play off the E at that point because you've got 2 remaining E's and way too many I's in a bag, which was why we had a bias towards keeping the E. It's not too different on the equity table, and the E's kind of in a bad spot there anyway for counterplay, so. Iwi there. I was thinking of doing something with the K. I did consider some of this stuff, but again, despite the open space, I did not really want to get rid of the E. We did eventually get a bingo out of this. So this was the critical turn here. At this point, I'm a bingo behind. My opponent plays a phony. I don't know that it's a phony. I should have known it's a phony because I should have looked at it and seen Arco, Orca, and Acro, maybe? ACRO? I think it might actually be good. Let's check it. Acro, yeah. I should have known this is no good. CARO. And had we spotted that instead of just overlooking it carelessly, I would have been able to challenge it off and play bingo on a triple and gain 1 turn of tempo. And that would have basically tied things up. Didn't consider editrix with blank X, but we did find dits here. But anyway, huge mistake there because we essentially made a game-losing mistake, I think, by not challenging that. My opponent's got a lot of possibilities here, but is playing a little paranoid and blocks off. We don't really have good plays at this point. I'm also down on time, so we just play out the rest. Yeah, I saw that my opponent had the H spot down there. Was likely to take it, even though it was not necessarily the strongest play. And we just have to slide out of that one. But absolutely a game that, you know, even notwithstanding my going overtime, was turned by the failure to challenge over here. Didn't really learn too much else besides that. Let's take a look at round 6. This will be the last one we need to look at. We haven't been looking at anything carefully enough, but yeah, this was the one where we salvaged the endgame from a massive mistake that I kind of thought was a mistake, but we foolishly did it anyway. So yeah, this was the one also, by the way, where I had the exact same opening rack as 2 rounds prior, which was pretty funny. And in both cases, we did not know Waragi. A Ugandan alcoholic drink made from bananas. We'll be sure to remember to order that sometime. CAA was actually pretty good here. And then, yeah, no bingo for me. We play off the single E, which does not work out well. Interesting that Reigned is favored here just with the massive overlap because it scores well enough that breaking the bingo rack doesn't matter too much, especially at this score. Fishing off E over here to score enough with the 8 points rather than 2 points makes a certain difference as well, maybe. But I'm trying to keep that open for the bingo itself at that point. I wanted to have things available both ways. We did not miss any bingos here. We just continued drawing another E and sitting on nothing. So drink was correct here. We got it. Pretty much. I'm gonna flex. Look at this. Wow. Good thing my opponent didn't see the blank possibility or didn't want to spend a blank. One of the two. I think if you see it, though, you definitely play it. That's a bingo-sized play for sure. Fruited, we saw pretty quickly. Interesting that autumnal as a bingo here does not actually resolve that well in the equity table next to some of the other plays that just keep the blank. But of course, very often if you see it, you play it, although the A is a risky spot for someone coming back. Fault goes down though. Yeah, I think my opponent actually does look for a while. That was a long turn. A few minutes for them. Several minutes, actually 4 minutes on that turn for my opponent. Joshing we saw and had ready to go right away. I'm very happy that it wasn't blocked. I did not think about the S-hook on it until the end of the game when we tried it out of desperation. My opponent once again has something very close and has armhole. Does not find it. Interesting that some of the other plays score just as well by equity if you do not find it. But again, if you see it, I think you take it. And Wino is pretty obvious there. This is where things get a little dicey. I do see this possibility and do play it later. But I am eager to get rid of the Q first, and so we do. And Areole, oh, my opponent misses it. I played it in the other game, but my opponent missed the overlap here. But saw Arie, so they just didn't look carefully enough at the blank, I guess. Again, it's one of the very few 5-vowel bingos among the 7s, and so it's one that the blank's going to be a consonant if it's going to be anything. But sometimes you can see people maybe stare at a vowel-heavy rack and just immediately get into vowel dumping mode without really considering this as being possible, which I've also done before in other games. A lot of stuff here that still isn't going to go down on us. Binius, Ionium, Zinvius, Nimius. A lot of stuff we don't really know, actually. Biniu is actually Biniu, plural. Nimius is an adjective, though. Envious, but Biniu can drop the S. And yeah, no bingo for us here. Off OB is good. Playing off Bean is good. I'm ahead at this point, so I'm just trying to stay ahead. So this is a massive mistake. So I did not see this. The play I was considering as the alternative was DRY up here as the thing that is least vulnerable to opening something back. It's a very vowel-heavy board. You would need a double vowel ending below DR, but this is otherwise actually pretty safe. Oh, I did not see this because at that point I was not considering the S-hook on joshing, which I did not know for sure. So we didn't play that. I should have seen this, actually. That blocks off the end lane and solves our consonant problem. If I had seen that spot, I think 100% I'd take it. Because it actually locks up the right side for sure. And does exactly what I was trying to do with this play, which is just get rid of consonants. So, huge blunder here. Huge blunder. Because look at this. Lots of possibilities all over the place. Luckily, I tried joshings because it's the only winning route available for me to salvage the situation I got myself into, especially after challenging for 5. But I do see a winning route there, and we take it, and we come out of this alive. Okay, so we did manage to scroll through all boards at some point. That concludes the stream for today. And with all games done, we're finally looking at the final standings where, as usual, we're right in the middle of the pack. And yeah, what an amazing 10-0 up top. I gave away 2 of those wins, of course. Although we had a really great round 1 where I lost very marginally. Nearly took a game off him in the first round, but did not quite manage it. But yeah, ultimately, pretty strong group as usual, and I think the Woogles rating actually went up a little bit on my side just by drawing evenly against this crowd. And that'll be all for today, so Thank you so much for joining me for another lengthy session. And they run most weeks now, this group here at this time. And so I usually try to keep my streaming schedule open for Scrabble on this day. Usually, though, I don't know for sure if they're running it until about a day or two before. We don't get a lot of notice for confirming whether this is on week to week. Yeah, we're getting close to the 2100. I think I finished in the 2080s on the Hoagle's rating. But we'll be back as often as we can when this group is playing. It's been nice to have a regular competitive group to play with during a streaming time that I can handle, even if it runs a bit late by what I usually like to do. And yeah, we've been seeing pretty interesting games, close shaves, big mistakes, lots of things to look at and consider and steadily improve as we return for even more week after week. So we'll see if we're back next week. Again, I only ever get 1 or 2 days notice. Otherwise, we're returning to more of Mio Memories in Orbit, where we're very clearly in the late game, but I still have lots of the map to explore. So that will continue to be the video game feature this week. But thank you for joining me for another Scrabble session. And we'll find another destination to send you folks off to in just a moment. Thanks for watching, and until we meet again for something else sooner or later, have a wonderful weekend ahead of you. Enjoy everything you may be doing, verbal or otherwise. And as always, very well.